This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still get this weird feeling in my stomach every time September rolls around. It's been 17 years, but the memories from that weekend in 2006 are as clear as if it happened yesterday. I've tried talking to therapists about it. I've searched online for similar experiences, but nothing explains what happened to Ryan or what we saw in those woods. It was supposed to be a simple camping trip. Me, Ryan, and Mike decided to revisit this unofficial spot called Ledgeview, deep in one of Connecticut's state forests. We'd camped there once as teenagers, but that was almost 10 years before. It was one of those places you won't find on any map. You have to climb over this steep, rocky ledge, hence the name, to get to this perfect little clearing with a fire ring someone had made years ago. There's a stream nearby, and the spot is completely secluded. No rangers, no other campers, just pure wilderness. We were all 28 that year, and life had started to pull us in different directions. Mike had gotten engaged. Ryan was considering moving out west. I'd just started a new job. This trip was supposed to be about reconnecting before adult life separated us completely. We met up at my place around noon that Friday, loaded my Subaru with our gear, and headed out. The drive took about an hour and a half. Then we hiked another 45 minutes to reach the ledge. I remember Ryan complaining about the weight of his pack and Mike making fun of him for bringing too much beer, normal stuff. We were all in good spirits. The climb over the ledge was harder than I remembered, a good 15 feet of rocky scrambling that required both hands free. We had to pass the packs up one by one, but we made it without incident. The clearing looked exactly the same as it had 10 years earlier. The old fire ring was still intact, though slightly overgrown. The stream was maybe 20 yards from our campsite, gurgling peacefully through the woods. We set up camp properly, 2 tents, a small camp kitchen, the works. It wasn't some half-assed teenage camping trip anymore. We had good gear, proper food, and enough supplies for 3 days. That first night was perfect. We built a fire, cooked burgers on Mike's portable grill, drank beer, and reminisced about high school. Mike pulled out a small Bluetooth speaker and played our old favorite songs. We stayed up until maybe 2 in the morning before finally crashing in our tents. I shared with Ryan, while Mike had his own smaller tent. Nothing unusual happened that first night. Nothing at all. The next morning I woke up early, around 6. Ryan was still asleep, so I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and stepped outside. That's when I first noticed something strange. The entire clearing was covered in this dense, low-lying mist, not regular morning fog. This stuff was only about 2 feet high, hugging the ground, and it had this weird metallic smell to it, almost like pennies or blood, but fainter. I figured it was just some weird weather phenomenon and walked down to the stream to filter some water for coffee. The stream looked wrong. The water was running darker than it had been the day before, almost like weak coffee. At first I thought it might be mud from upstream, but it didn't have that brownish color of sediment. It was more like a dark gray tint. I filled my water bottle anyway and used our filter, which seemed to clear it up. By the time I got back to camp, Mike was up. He looked tired and mentioned he hadn't slept well. When I asked why, he said he thought he heard footsteps outside his tent during the night. Not animal footsteps, human ones, slow and deliberate. He said he'd assumed it was one of us getting up to pee, but when he called out, no one answered. He was too sleepy to investigate and eventually drifted back to sleep. I laughed it off, telling him it was probably just a deer or something. But even as I said it, I felt uneasy. Animals don't usually walk slowly and deliberately around campsites. They either avoid them entirely or move quickly through. Ryan eventually got up around 9, complaining of a headache. The mist had burned off by then, but the day felt oppressive somehow. The sky was clear, but the air felt heavy and still. No birds were singing. I pointed this out and Mike shrugged it off, saying, "Birds don't always sing, but anyone who's spent time in forests knows how unnatural total silence is." We decided to explore the area after breakfast. None of us had ventured far from the campsite during our previous trip, so we thought it might be fun to see what was around. We followed the stream for maybe half an hour, heading deeper into the forest. The trees got thicker, blocking out more of the sky. That's when we found the shelter. It wasn't a proper structure, more like someone had propped large branches against a fallen tree to create a crude lean-to. It looked abandoned, with dead leaves covering the floor of it. But inside we found something disturbing. Animal bones arranged in specific patterns, not scattered randomly like you'd expect if an animal had dragged its prey there. These were deliberately placed in circular patterns with smaller bones inside larger ones. Some were bleached white, others still had dried tissue on them. "What the hell is this?" Ryan asked, bending down to get a closer look. Mike suggested maybe hunters used the spot and were just weird about arranging their leftovers. I remember saying, "What kind of hunter plays with the bones like this?" We all felt unsettled, but we didn't leave immediately. Ryan took a few pictures on his phone, then we continued exploring. We found nothing else unusual and headed back to camp around 4 in the afternoon. The rest of the day passed normally. We cooked dinner, drank more beer, and tried to recapture the carefree vibe from the night before. But there was this underlying tension now. We talked less, laughed less, and we kept the fire bigger than necessary. None of us wanted to be the first to admit we were spooked. But when Mike suggested staying up a bit later, neither Ryan nor I objected. We finally turned in around 3 in the morning. I remember checking that my flashlight and pocket knife were within reach before I zipped up my sleeping bag. I woke up suddenly in the darkness. My watch said it was 5:15 in the morning, still completely dark this time of year. Ryan's sleeping bag was empty beside me. I figured he'd gone out to pee and would be back any minute. I waited and waited. After about 10 minutes, I got worried and called his name softly, then louder. No response. I unzipped the tent and stepped out. The campfire had died down to just embers. Mike's tent was still zipped up. I called Ryan's name several more times, shining my flashlight around the clearing. Nothing. I woke Mike up, and he looked instantly alarmed when I told him Ryan was missing. We both started calling out, our voices echoing strangely in the silent forest. No response. "Maybe he wandered off to pee and got turned around," Mike suggested, but his voice was tense. We both knew Ryan wouldn't just wander off without a flashlight or his shoes, which were still in our tent. We decided to search around the immediate area. That's when I noticed it. Ryan's red flannel shirt laying on the ground at the edge of the clearing. About 20 feet beyond that was his watch. Another 30 feet, his belt. His belongings were laid out in a perfectly straight line leading away from camp, as if someone had carefully placed each item at measured intervals. My heart was pounding as we followed this trail. Mike was right behind me, muttering, what the fuck, under his breath. The trail of items led down toward the stream, then veered into a denser part of the forest we hadn't explored. The last item we found was Ryan's cell phone, placed perfectly centered on a flat rock. The screen was on, displaying the photos he'd taken earlier at the bone shelter. But as I picked it up, I noticed the most recent photo wasn't one I remembered him taking. It showed our campsite from the edge of the forest, as if someone had stood among the trees and taken a picture of us sitting around the fire. It was from last night. "Mike," I whispered, showing him the phone. His face went pale. That's when we saw the flashlight beam. Just a quick flash between trees, maybe 100 yards deeper into the forest. We called out Ryan's name but got no response. Instead, we saw movement, a figure ducking behind a tree. It was too dark to make out details, but something about the movement seemed wrong, too fluid, too quick. "Ryan," Mike called again, his voice cracking. I took a step forward, but Mike grabbed my arm. "We need to go, now." Part of me wanted to keep searching for Ryan, but a deeper, more primal part knew Mike was right. We turned and ran back toward camp. As we reached the clearing, I glanced back over my shoulder. That's when I saw it. Standing at the edge of the trees was a figure, tall, maybe 7 feet, and unnaturally still. I couldn't make out features in the darkness, but I caught a brief reflection from its eyes, like glass catching light. It wasn't moving toward us, just watching. I grabbed Mike's arm and pointed, but by the time he looked, the figure was gone. We waited at the campsite until dawn, calling for Ryan periodically. Neither of us spoke about what I'd seen. As the first light filtered through the trees, we decided to check the area again. Our campsite had been disturbed. The tent I shared with Ryan was collapsed, not violently torn down, but methodically collapsed and folded inward. The logs from our woodpile had been arranged in a perfect circle, with stones placed at precise intervals between them. And all around the campsite were footprints that hadn't been there the night before. They weren't human footprints, not exactly. They were too narrow at the heel, the toes too long and spread apart. They weren't animal tracks either. They were just wrong. We didn't pack up. We didn't even go back into the tents. We just grabbed our car keys, wallets and phones, and started hiking out. The whole way back, I felt like we were being watched, but I never saw anything when I turned around. We reported Ryan's disappearance to the police as soon as we got back to cell service. They organized a search, but they were dismissive when we tried to explain the strange circumstances. They suggested Ryan had gotten drunk and wandered off, or was playing a prank on us. The search found nothing, not Ryan, not our campsite. They claimed we must have misremembered the location, not the bone shelter, nothing. A week later, Ryan's mother received his wallet in the mail. No return address, postmarked from a town in Pennsylvania, 3 states away. Inside was a photo none of us remembered taking. It showed the 3 of us standing by the stream that first day, smiling at the camera. But in the background, partially hidden behind a tree, was a tall, pale figure with what looked like glass eyes reflecting the sunlight. Ryan has never been found. I haven't been camping since. Sometimes I wake up at night and smell that metallic scent in the air, and I wonder if whatever was in those woods has found me again. Story 2. I've always considered myself an experienced hiker. 23 years of trekking through some of North America's most challenging terrain had given me confidence in my ability to handle whatever nature threw my way. Bears in Montana, kept my distance and knew the protocols. Rattlesnakes in Arizona, always watched my step. Flash floods in Utah slot canyons, checked weather reports religiously. But nothing, absolutely nothing, in all those years prepared me for what happened in the Everglades 5 months ago. I've debated posting this for a long time. Most people would think I'm making this up or that I hallucinated from heat exhaustion. Maybe part of me hopes that's true, but I know what I saw, and I haven't been able to set foot on a trail since. It was early March, perfect timing for the Everglades. The brutal summer heat and humidity hadn't kicked in yet, and the mosquitoes weren't at their worst. I'd planned a 4-day solo trip through a remote section of the MSD wilderness area, a place where the sawgrass prairies meet the cypress swamps. Not many hikers venture there, which is exactly why I chose it. After months of working overtime at my engineering job, I needed serious solitude. The first day went perfectly. I covered about 11 miles, spotted a few alligators from a safe distance, and set up camp on a small hammock, a raised area of hardwood trees that stays dry even in the wet season. I remember feeling so at peace that evening. The sunset turned the sawgrass golden, and the calls of night birds echoed across the water. I had this overwhelming sense of being exactly where I belonged. Day 2 started just as well. I broke camp at dawn, had my coffee while watching the mist rise off the water, and set out on what should have been a 13-mile loop through increasingly remote terrain. The air was still cool, maybe 65 degrees, with that characteristic Everglades smell, a mix of damp earth, vegetation, and the slight sulfurous scent of the water. Around 2 in the afternoon, I stopped for lunch on another small hammock. I'd just finished my peanut butter wrap when I first noticed it, a subtle humming sound coming from somewhere in the distance. At first, I thought it might be an airboat, though I was pretty far from any of the tourist areas. But it didn't have that distinctive roar. This was different, more like a deep rhythmic buzzing that seemed to pulse rather than remain constant. I packed up and continued hiking, figuring I'd walk away from whatever was making the sound. But after about 40 minutes, I realized it was actually getting louder. By 3:30, the humming had morphed into something more like a droning buzz, powerful enough that I could feel it vibrating in my chest. It reminded me vaguely of those massive industrial fans, but with a weird organic quality that made the hair on my arms stand up. I stopped and turned in a slow circle, trying to pinpoint the source. The trail I was on cut through a transition zone between sawgrass and a stand of cypress trees. The cypress created a distinct tree line about 50 yards to my right. The sound seemed to be coming from that direction, growing more intense by the second. That's when I saw it. Something massive burst from between the cypress trees. Moving so fast, it was initially just a dark blur against the sky. It circled high above me once, then twice, its movement creating that intense droning noise I'd been hearing. When it slowed enough for me to actually see it clearly, my brain couldn't process what my eyes were telling me. It was a beetle, but impossible in its scale. The thing was as big as a football, maybe even larger. Its carapace was a deep, metallic green that caught the sunlight in flashes as it moved, with hard, segmented sections that looked like armor plating. 6 legs tucked underneath its body while it flew, each one probably as long as my forearm. But it was the wings that defied all logic. They moved so fast they were almost invisible, just a blur of transparent membrane that somehow kept this monstrosity airborne. The sound they generated was what I'd been hearing, growing louder as this thing approached. I stood frozen, my pack suddenly feeling like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Part of my brain was scrambling for explanations. Some rare species maybe, a genetic anomaly. But I knew from years of casual interest in entomology that nothing like this existed in any field guide or nature documentary I'd ever seen. The The creature completed a third circle above me, then began to descend. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't respond. It hovered about 10 feet away from me, at eye level, its wings creating a downdraft I could actually feel on my face. That's when I saw its eyes. They were huge, glossy black orbs that dominated its head. But it wasn't their size that turned my blood to ice. It was what I saw in them. These weren't the compound eyes of an insect, mindlessly registering light and movement. There was an awareness there, an intelligence that felt entirely out of place in the natural world. It was looking at me, not in the way an animal looks at a potential threat or prey. It was examining me with what I can only describe as recognition, as if it knew exactly what I was, maybe even who I was, as if it had been looking for me specifically. For what felt like an eternity but was probably only seconds, we stared at each other. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, could barely breathe. Then it did something I still can't explain. It made a sound. Not the buzzing of its wings, but something else. A series of clicks and what almost sounded like chittering noises emanated from it. It was trying to communicate. Then, as abruptly as it had appeared, it darted away, not back toward the cypress trees, but straight up into the sky, accelerating at a speed that seemed impossible. Within seconds, it was just a tiny speck against the blue, and then it was gone. The humming faded until the swamp returned to its normal sounds. Birds calling, the rustle of sawgrass in the breeze, the occasional splash of something entering the water. I remained frozen for I don't know how long. When I finally moved, my legs nearly buckled underneath me. I fumbled for my water bottle and drank half of it in desperate gulps, my hands shaking so badly I spilled some down my shirt. I pulled out my phone to check if I had any signal. I didn't. But I opened the camera anyway and scanned the sky, hoping to catch a glimpse of the thing if it returned. Nothing. I forced myself to keep hiking. There were still several hours of daylight left, and I tried to convince myself that I had experienced some weird but explainable natural phenomenon. Maybe it was a known species that had somehow grown to an abnormal size. Maybe the intelligence I perceived in its eyes was just my mind playing tricks on me. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every sound in the underbrush made me jump. Every shadow moving across the trail sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. By the time I reached my planned camping spot, another raised hammock with enough clearing for my tent, I was mentally exhausted. I made camp mechanically, going through the motions I'd performed hundreds of times before, but everything felt different. The Everglades, which had seemed so welcoming just that morning, now felt alien and threatening. As darkness fell, I couldn't bring myself to light a fire. Some irrational part of me was afraid it might attract the beetle back to me. I crawled into my tent as soon as the light faded, zipping the mesh completely closed, even though it was getting warm. I lay there on top of my sleeping bag, flashlight in one hand, pocket knife in the other, straining to hear anything unusual over the normal nighttime chorus of frogs and insects. Eventually, physical exhaustion overcame my fear, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. That's when the nightmares started. Those eyes, those massive, glossy black eyes that seemed to see right through me. In my dream, they grew larger and larger until they filled my entire field of vision. And behind them, I sensed something, not the mind of an insect, but something ancient and coldly intelligent. Something that had been watching us, studying us, for longer than I could comprehend. I woke up gasping for air around 3 a.m, my shirt soaked with sweat. The inside of the tent was stifling, but I couldn't bring myself to open any of the ventilation flaps. I lay awake until the first gray. Light of dawn filtered through the fabric. As soon as it was light enough to see the trail, I broke camp. I didn't bother with breakfast or coffee. I just stuffed everything haphazardly into my pack and started hiking at a punishing pace toward the trailhead where I'd left my car. It was a solid 6 miles, but I covered it in less than 2 hours, practically jogging at times. When I finally reached my car, I threw my pack in the trunk and sat behind the wheel for a long time, doors locked, just breathing. The rational part of my brain tried to make sense of what had happened. Heat exhaustion, some kind of toxic plant I might have brushed against, a bizarre but natural creature that just seemed more threatening because I was alone. But none of those explanations accounted for what I'd seen in those eyes. That recognition, that intelligence. When I got home, I spent days researching beetle species. I scoured scientific journals, obscure entomology forums, even cryptozoology websites. The largest beetles on record don't come close to what I saw. The Goliath beetle, the Titan beetle, the Hercules beetle, all impressive insects, but none approaching the size of what I encountered, and none with eyes like that. I called a college friend who works as a naturalist in the Everglades National Park. I was careful in how I described what I'd seen, downplaying the size and certainly not mentioning the intelligence I perceived. She laughed and suggested I might have seen a dragonfly from an unusual angle, or maybe even a small bird that my mind transformed in the moment. She reminded me that the swamp plays tricks on people. The light, the heat, the isolation can all combine to create false perceptions. But I know what I saw, and worse, I know it saw me. It's been 5 months now. My hiking gear sits unused in my garage. I've canceled 3 planned trips with friends, making up excuses about work stress or minor injuries. I can't bring myself to go back into any wilderness area, not even the local nature preserve where I used to walk almost daily. I keep scanning the sky whenever I'm outdoors, watching for that distinctive movement, listening for that humming sound. I've even had episodes where I thought I heard it again, in the drone of air conditioning units, in the buzz of overhead power lines, and found myself running for cover, heart pounding. The worst part isn't the fear, though. It's the certainty that what I encountered wasn't some freak of nature or isolated anomaly. Whatever that creature was, it was there for a reason. It was watching, studying, maybe even hunting. And sometimes, in those moments between wakefulness and sleep, I still see those eyes. Those knowing, ancient eyes that recognized me, not as another creature sharing the same natural world, but as something else entirely. Something to be observed, cataloged, remembered. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it's still out there, but I know I never want to see it again. Story 3. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me last summer. I've been trying to make sense of it for over a year now, but no matter how many times I go over it in my mind, I can't find a logical explanation. Maybe writing this down will help me process it, though I doubt it. I just need someone to hear my story. I'm 54, and I've been an outdoors woman all my life. I worked as a park ranger in Hawaii for nearly 2 decades before moving to California just before the pandemic hit. Talk about bad timing. By June 2020, I was going stir-crazy in my new place near Fresno. The 4 walls were closing in on me, and I desperately needed to get back to nature, to breathe fresh air and sleep under the stars again. So I planned a solo camping trip near Yosemite's southern boundary. I chose Sierra National Forest, specifically an area near Johnson Meadows. It's beautiful there. Less touristy than the main park, but still, with that majestic Sierra Nevada wilderness. I knew what I was doing. This wasn't my first rodeo. I've done countless solo trips, have wilderness survival training, and know how to handle myself in the backcountry. I packed my gear methodically: tent, sleeping bag, water purifier, first aid kit, enough food for a week, compass, maps, the works. I even brought my old Ranger handbook out of habit. I told my sister Caroline where I was headed and planned to be gone for about 5 days. I texted her on June 26th with my approximate location and said I'd check in when I got back to civilization. That was the last normal day I remember. The morning of June 27th started beautifully. I woke up to birdsong and that perfect golden light filtering through the pines. I made coffee on my little camp stove and watched the mist rising off the meadow. It was exactly what I needed: peace, solitude, connection with nature. I spent the day hiking, identifying plants, taking photos. Everything was completely normal. As evening approached, I noticed the weather changing. Dark clouds were building up over the mountains, which wasn't in the forecast I'd checked before leaving. The wind picked up, and there was that electric feeling in the air that precedes a storm. I hurried back to my campsite to secure everything before the rain hit. That's when I noticed something odd. My tent looked different. At first, I couldn't put my finger on it. Then I realized the entrance was facing a different direction than how I'd set it up that morning. I distinctly remember positioning it to face east so the morning sun would wake me. Now it was facing west. I stood there frozen, trying to make sense of it. Had someone been in my camp while I was hiking? Had I somehow gotten confused and returned to someone else's similar site? No, my personal items were still there. My distinctive blue water bottle with a Hawaiian sticker, my notebook with my name on it. I approached cautiously, unzipped the tent, and peered inside. My sleeping bag, backpack, clothes, all untouched. Nothing seemed missing, just rearranged. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe I'd misremembered the tent orientation. Maybe the wind had somehow shifted it, though that seemed impossible given how securely I'd staked it down. I decided to focus on preparing for the storm. The rain started just as I finished securing my gear. It wasn't just a drizzle. It was a sudden, violent downpour with thunder cracking overhead and lightning illuminating the forest in strobing flashes. I ducked into my tent and listened to the rain hammering against the fabric. That's when I heard it, a voice barely audible over the storm. It sounded like someone calling for help. I unzipped the tent and peered out into the deluge. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone there?" No response except the howling wind. I grabbed my flashlight and raincoat, telling myself I couldn't ignore someone who might be in trouble. I stepped out into the storm, instantly soaked despite my gear. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, bouncing off raindrops and creating an eerie tunnel of light. I swept it around the perimeter of my campsite, seeing nothing but trees bending in the wind. "Hello?" I called again, louder this time. "Do you need help?" The voice came again, clearer now. "Sandra." Just my name, nothing more. A cold that had nothing to do with the rain seeped into my bones. How did they know my name? I spun around, trying to locate the source. "Who's there?" No answer. Just another crack of lightning that lit up the forest. And in that moment of illumination, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the trees, too far for my flashlight to reach, just a silhouette against the darkness. "Who are you?" I shouted, my heart pounding. "What do you want?" The figure didn't move. When the next lightning flash came, it was gone. I retreated to my tent, zipping it up tightly, though I knew how little protection it offered. I sat awake for hours, jumping at every sound, my flashlight clutched in one hand, my pocket knife in the other. Eventually, exhaustion claimed me, and I fell into a fitful sleep. I woke to silence. The storm had passed, and morning light filtered through the tent fabric. For a moment, I convinced myself that the events of the previous night had been a dream born of isolation and the storm's intensity. Then I unzipped my tent. My campsite was in disarray. The rain had turned the ground to mud, but this was more than weather damage. My supplies, food, cooking equipment, even my identification documents that I'd kept in a waterproof pouch were scattered as if someone had emptied my backpack in a hurry, or as if animals had ransacked the place, except nothing was chewed or damaged, just relocated. I spent an hour gathering everything, taking inventory. Nothing seemed to be missing, which was almost more unsettling than if something had been stolen. This didn't feel like theft. It felt like a message. I decided then that I needed to leave. Whatever was happening, I didn't want to spend another night here. I packed up as quickly as I could, my hands shaking so badly I struggled with the tent poles. Just as I finished loading my backpack, I heard a twig snap behind me. I whirled around to see the same figure from the night before standing at the edge of the clearing. Only now it was daylight, and I could see her clearly. It was me. Not exactly me, but close enough to make my blood freeze. She had my face, my build, my hair, but there was something deeply wrong about her. Her eyes were vacant, her skin too pale, her stance unnaturally still. She wore what looked like my clothes, but they were dirty and torn in places. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice failing me. She tilted her head, studying me with those empty eyes. "You shouldn't be here," she said, and her voice was mine but hollow, as if coming from the bottom of a well. I backed away, stumbling over my own feet. "What do you want?" "You need to leave before it's too late," she said, taking a step toward me. Like I should have. I didn't wait to hear more. I grabbed my backpack and ran, not toward the main trail, but in the opposite direction. I wasn't thinking clearly. Pure instinct drove me toward my car, parked about 2 miles away on a Forest Service road. I ran until my lungs burned, pausing only to check that I wasn't being followed. The forest seemed to close in around me, branches reaching out like grasping hands. Twice I thought I saw movement in my peripheral vision, but when I turned to look, nothing was there. When I finally reached my car, my silver Saab that I'd brought with me from Hawaii, I fumbled with the keys, my hands still shaking violently. I threw my backpack in the back seat and started the engine, relief washing over me at the familiar sound. I began driving too fast down the narrow, winding forest road, desperate to put distance between myself and whatever was happening at my campsite. The road was still wet from the storm, and in my panic, I took a curve too sharply. I felt the car begin to slide. I tried to correct, but overcorrected. Everything became a blur of motion and noise, the screech of tires, the crash of metal on wood, the disorienting sensation of movement in all directions. The airbag deployed with a force that stunned me. When I came to, the car was at an angle, its front end wrapped around a tree in a small ravine. My head throbbed where it had hit the side window, and I could feel blood trickling down my face. But I was alive, and the car hadn't caught fire. I unbuckled my seatbelt and pushed the door open, nearly falling out onto the damp ground. I looked up to see a couple, hikers by the look of their gear, rushing down the slope toward me. "Oh my God, are you okay?" the woman called out. "We saw you go off the road." I should have felt relieved. Help had arrived. But Something deep inside me screamed danger. These people weren't threats, but staying here was. I couldn't explain it, even to myself, but I knew with absolute certainty that I needed to get away, from the road, from other people, from anything that might lead her to me. "I'm fine," I said, though I clearly wasn't. I could feel the warm stickiness of blood on my face, and everything hurt. "Just need a minute." "You're bleeding," the man said, reaching out. "Let us help you. We have a first aid kit and we can call for help." "No," I said, more forcefully than I intended. "No calls, I'm fine. Really." They exchanged a look that clearly said they thought I was in shock or concussed. Maybe I was, but the urgency I felt to get away overrode all rational thought. I grabbed my backpack from the car and some essential camping gear, leaving behind anything I could replace, including, I realized later, my wallet with all my identification. "Where are you going?" the woman called as I started walking into the forest. "You need medical attention." "I'm meeting friends nearby," I lied. "Thank you for stopping, but I'm okay." I walked away, feeling their concerned stares on my back. Once I was out of sight, I started running again, deeper into the forest, away from trails, away from anything familiar. For weeks I lived like a ghost in the wilderness. I moved constantly, never staying in one place for more than a night. I rationed my food until it ran out, then foraged for berries and plants I knew were safe. I purified water from streams. I slept in trees when I could, using my sleeping bag as a makeshift hammock. I saw her twice more. Once, as I was resting against a tree near what I later learned was Portuguese overlook. I'd lost track of time by then, days, weeks, they all blended together. I was thin and exhausted, barely recognizable even to myself. I dozed off briefly and woke to find her standing a few yards away, watching me with those empty eyes. This time she spoke, differently. "It's almost time," she said. "You're almost ready." I fled again, leaving behind my sleeping bag in my haste. The second time was the strangest. I'd wandered into a meadow, desperate for the warmth of the sun after days under the forest canopy. A small boy was there, picking wildflowers while his parents set up a picnic some distance away. He saw me before I could retreat back into the trees. "Hello, lady," he said with the innocent directness of a child. I didn't know what to say. I was aware of how I must look. Dirty, thin, wild-eyed. I couldn't recall the last time I'd spoken to another human. "Are you a ghost?" he asked, his head tilted curiously. The question chilled me. "No," I managed to say. "I'm very much alive." "Oh," he said, sounding disappointed. "You look like the other ghost lady, the one who needs help." I felt as if the ground had dropped away beneath me. "What other lady?" He pointed to a spot a few yards away. "The one right there, in the black dress. She looks like you, but she says she's dead." I looked where he was pointing, but saw nothing. No one was there. "What's she saying now?" I asked, my mouth dry. The boy listened to the empty air for a moment, then turned back to me. "She says you need to come with her now. It's time." I heard his mother calling for him then, her voice edged with the alarm of a parent who spotted their child talking to a disheveled stranger. I disappeared back into the forest before she could reach him. That night, sleeping in a hollow beneath a fallen log, I dreamed of myself. Not the doppelganger who'd been following me, but my true self, the ranger, the survivalist, the woman who had lived a normal life before coming to these woods. In the dream, I, looked at me with pity. "You need to remember," she said. "You need to understand what happened." When I woke, something had changed. The fear that had driven me for weeks had receded, replaced by a quiet certainty. I knew what I needed to do. I started, walking north toward Yosemite's boundary, toward Johnson Meadows, toward where it all began. I've been trying to find my way back ever since. Sometimes I think I'm close. Other times, the forest seems to shift around me, paths changing, landmarks disappearing. I see her occasionally, my other self, watching from a distance, waiting. I don't know what happened to me in those woods. I don't know if I'll ever understand. But I know I need to finish whatever began that stormy night. I need to face her, or myself, one final time. If you're reading this, and you're in the Sierra Nevada near Yosemite, and you see a thin woman who looks like she's been living wild for too long, please don't approach. Don't offer help. Just know that I'm still here, still searching, still trying to find my way home, wherever that might be now. Story 4. I've been backpacking through the Sierra Nevada for years, so I thought I'd seen everything these mountains had to offer. But what happened at Coldwater Basin in May of 2018 has made me question if I'll ever go back to solo hiking again. I'm typing this with shaky hands because even now, I can't make sense of what I experienced. I first heard about Coldwater Basin from Len, a retired Forest Service worker I met at a diner near Mammoth. I was showing him my maps, asking about lesser-known spots, when he mentioned this place that wasn't on any official trail guides. East of the Sierra line, he said. Beautiful basin, hardly anyone goes there. No marked trails, but if you're experienced. He sketched a rough map on a napkin, marking where to park and how to find the game trail leading in. I'd been itching to explore somewhere truly off-grid, and this sounded perfect. In hindsight, I should have asked Len why it wasn't on any maps. I drove my Tacoma as far as I could on the dirt road Len had indicated. It was more remote than I'd expected, just jagged, rocks and gray dust stretching for miles. The road eventually faded into nothing, so I parked and checked my GPS coordinates against Len's napkin map. This was it. The hike in was brutal. 6 miles of loose rock and steep inclines with no established trail. Just me following faint game paths and Len's directions. About 3 miles in, I started noticing something off about the wildlife. There were bones scattered more frequently than I'd normally see, fresh ones, not weathered and sun-bleached. Clean, with no bite marks or signs they'd been picked apart by scavengers. I chalked it up to mountain lions, though something felt wrong about that explanation. Then I found the deer. It was fresh, maybe dead only a day. Its neck was snapped completely backward, which isn't unusual for a predator kill. But what sent chills through me was that its eyes were gone. Not eaten or pecked out, they looked surgically removed. There were no other wounds, no signs of feeding. Just the eyes, gone. I should have turned around right there. Every instinct was screaming at me to leave. But I'd hiked too far to turn back, and I told myself I was being paranoid. When I finally reached the basin around 4 in the afternoon, I had to admit it was worth the hike. A stunning valley tucked between jagged peaks, with a small crystal-clear lake at its center. I picked a spot near some boulders that would block the wind and set up camp. I pitched my tent, gathered firewood, and tried to shake off the uneasiness from the trail. As the sun set, I built a fire and cooked dinner. The silence was absolute. No birds, no insects, nothing but the occasional crack of my fire. I'm used to the quiet of backcountry, but this was different. It felt like the whole basin was holding its breath. I stayed up watching the flames, unable to shake the feeling I was being watched. You know that prickly sensation on the back of your neck? It was constant. I kept scanning the darkness beyond my firelight, but saw nothing. Around 11, I crawled into my tent with my Glock 19 next to my sleeping bag. I always carry when I'm in remote areas. Never thought I'd need it for anything other than maybe a desperate animal. I barely slept that night. Every time I dozed off, I'd jerk awake, convinced I'd heard something moving around my tent. The sound was always gone when I listened, but that feeling of being watched remained. Morning came with no incidents. I told myself I was being stupid, just another case of a city guy getting spooked in the wilderness. I made coffee, had some breakfast, and decided to do some exploring. I brought my Glock for target practice, thinking it might help calm my nerves. I hiked about half a mile from camp to a spot where I could safely shoot without risk of ricochet. I set up some cans on a fallen log and fired off a few rounds. The gunshots echoed through the basin. That's when it happened, not immediately, but maybe 5 minutes after my last shot. A single gunshot from deeper in the basin, then another from a different direction, then a third from somewhere else entirely. It was like they were coming from all around me. My blood went cold. These weren't echoes. The timing was wrong, and they were clearly from different weapons. I froze, listening. Another shot, then 2 more in quick succession. It felt coordinated, like they were communicating. Or worse, triangulating my position. I grabbed my gun and ran back to camp, staying low and moving as quietly as possible. I packed up everything except my tent. I wasn't about to break camp in daylight when whoever was out there could clearly see me. I decided I'd leave at first light the next morning. The rest of the day passed without incident. No more gunshots. I stayed at camp, kept my fire small, and watched the tree line. Every shadow, every rustle of wind made me jump. I cleaned my gun twice, checked my phone constantly, even though I knew there was no service, and waited for the sun to set with growing dread. Night fell, and I kept my fire going just enough to see. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being hunted. Around 10, I crawled into my tent, but didn't sleep. I lay there fully dressed, boots on, backpack ready, gun in hand, just waiting for dawn. At roughly 2 in the morning, I heard it, a woman screaming, "Help! Somebody help me!" It was distant at first, somewhere in the trees to the north. I sat bolt upright, heart pounding. "Please! Oh God, please help me!" The voice was getting closer. I could hear her crashing through the underbrush, sobbing between screams. "He's gonna kill me! Please, I see your fire!" She was running toward my camp. I unzipped my tent with shaking hands and stepped out, gun ready. I couldn't see anyone in the darkness beyond my dying fire. "Where are you? Please help me. I can see your fire." That's when I noticed something wrong. The voice was getting closer, but the words were repeating. Exactly the same inflection, the same pitch, the same catch in her throat when she sobbed, like a recording being played over and over. "He's gonna kill me. Please, I see your fire." It came again, even closer now. Identical, word for word, sob for sob. My skin crawled as I realized no human could replicate their own voice so perfectly, especially while running for their life. "Where are you? Please help me. I can see your fire." The voice was maybe 50 yards away now, just beyond the firelight. I raised my gun, aiming into the darkness, unable to speak or call out. There was something deeply, fundamentally wrong about what I was hearing. It wasn't human. It couldn't be. Then it came again, from barely 30 yards away. "He's gonna kill me. Please, I see your fire." Every word, every break for breath, every sob, exactly the same as the previous times, like a perfect audio loop, and then a single gunshot split the night. The voice cut off mid-scream. Silence fell, heavier than before. I stood there frozen, gun raised, for what felt like hours. Nothing moved in the darkness. No more screams, no footsteps, nothing. When the sky finally began to lighten, I didn't wait another second. I broke camp in record time, stuffing everything haphazardly into my pack. I didn't bother with breakfast or coffee. I just needed to get out. The hike back was a blur. I jogged most of it, stumbling over loose rocks, constantly looking over my shoulder. I didn't stop to rest, didn't stop to eat, just kept moving. Near the trail split, where I'd found the deer, I saw something that made my blood freeze. A single boot print, fresh, smaller than mine, going the opposite direction. I reached my truck around noon, threw my pack in the back, and peeled out of there. I didn't look back once during the 3-hour drive home. For months, I told no one what happened. Who would believe me? I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, stress, exhaustion from the hike. But I knew what I'd heard. About 4 months later, I was browsing a hiking forum when I saw a post asking about Coldwater Basin. The responses were all warnings: stay away, dangerous area, bad energy. One person shared a link to a news article. My hand shook as I clicked it. The article was about Danielle Suarez, 27, a solo hiker who'd gone missing in the eastern Sierra Nevada in May 2018. She'd been abducted by a group of armed squatters living off-grid in the mountains. According to the article, she'd managed to escape one night and run through the woods screaming for help before one of them shot her. She was found barely alive a week later by search and rescue, miles from where she'd been held. The article included her rescue date. It was 5 days after I'd been at Coldwater Basin. I've spent countless nights since then wondering if what I heard was really Danielle, if somehow her actual cries for help reached me that night, and I did nothing because I thought it wasn't real, or if whatever was in those woods was using her voice to lure me out. I don't know which possibility terrifies me more. What I do know is that I'll never go back to Coldwater Basin, and if you're reading this and thinking about going there, don't. Some places aren't meant to be explored, and some cries for help aren't what they seem. Or worse, they're exactly what they seem, and we fail to act because we've convinced ourselves they can't be real. I still hear that voice in my nightmares. He's gonna kill me. Please, I see your fire. And I still don't know if I could have saved her, or if I would have been the next body found in those mountains. Story 5. I still lose sleep over what happened 5 years ago in Algonquin. I've never posted about this before, but I need to get it off my chest because it's eating me up inside. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or knows what the hell that church was doing in the middle of nowhere. So my best friend Chris and I have been doing these hardcore camping trips since we were teenagers. We're both from Toronto and grew up as those city kids who were desperate to prove we could rough it in the wilderness. By hardcore, I mean minimal gear, just basic shelter, tools for fishing, water purification, and not much else. The whole point was surviving off the land as much as possible for a week straight. We'd spend months planning each summer trip, researching edible plants, tracking weather patterns, the whole 9 yards. When we were 24, we decided on Algonquin Provincial Park for our annual trip. It's massive, like over 7,000 square kilometers massive, with dense forests, hundreds of lakes, and some seriously remote areas if you hike far enough. We'd been there a couple times before, but always stuck to the more accessible parts. This time, we wanted to push deeper, test ourselves in the true backcountry, where you might not see another human for days. The first 3 days went exactly as planned. We hiked about 8 hours daily, following our mapped route, fishing in streams, identifying plants, and setting up our minimal camp each night. It was challenging, but in that satisfying way where your muscles ache from honest work and you sleep like the dead despite laying on nothing but a thin sleeping pad. We'd seen some wildlife, mostly deer, a fox, countless birds, but nothing dangerous. Weather was holding perfectly at around 70 degrees during the day, cooling off significantly at night. Then came day 4. We started early as usual, breaking camp by 7 in the morning. According to our map and GPS, we were headed toward a small lake where we planned to camp for 2 nights, giving us a day to rest before the long hike back out. The terrain had become more rugged, with steeper hills and thicker undergrowth, but nothing we couldn't handle. Around 2 in the afternoon, we crested a hill, and that's when we saw it. A fucking church, just sitting there in a small clearing maybe 50 yards across. I still remember stopping dead in my tracks, thinking I was hallucinating from exhaustion or something. But Chris saw it too. It was absolutely impossible. We were at least 20 miles from the nearest road access point, in a section of the park that was essentially wilderness. There were no towns, no settlements, nothing marked on any map that would explain a church being there. "What the actual fuck?" Chris whispered beside me. We both stood frozen, staring at this thing that had no business existing where it did. It wasn't some modern building either. This was old, like pioneer days old. Gray, weathered wood with a steep, pitched roof covered in moss and lichen. A rusted metal cross hung crooked at the peak. No windows that I could see from our angle, just a front door that looked heavy and solid. "Should we check it out?" Chris asked, already moving forward before I could answer. My first instinct was hell no. Something felt deeply wrong about finding a structure this far into the wilderness. But curiosity won out, and I followed Chris down the hill toward the clearing. Up close, it was even more unsettling. The building was maybe 30 feet long and 20 feet wide, with walls made of hand-hewn logs that had aged to a silvery gray. The roof had patches where the wooden shingles had rotted away. That cross on top was barely hanging on, twisted at an angle that made it look like it was about to fall at any moment. The front door was secured with thick, rusted chains and a heavy padlock. No sign or plaque indicated what this place was or when it had been built. The weird thing was there were no paths leading to it, not even game trails, just forest right up to the small clearing, as if the trees respected some invisible boundary. "This isn't on the map," I said, pulling out our topographical map to double-check. Nothing. According to every official record, we were standing in uninterrupted forest. Chris was walking the perimeter of the building, running his hand along the weathered wood. "Hey, there's a hole over here," he called out. I joined him on the far side where the wall had partially collapsed, creating an opening about 3 feet wide, enough for a person to crawl through if they wanted. "I'm going in," Chris announced, already crouching down. "Are you insane?" I grabbed his shoulder. "We have no idea what's in there. Could be animals, could be structurally unsound." He shrugged me off. "It's just an old church, man. Probably abandoned 100 years ago. Don't you want to know why it's here?" Before I could stop him, he was crawling through the hole. I cursed under my breath and followed, because what else could I do? Let him go in alone? The interior was dim, with thin shafts of sunlight streaming through gaps in the roof and walls. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust. The space was almost completely empty. No pews, no altar, nothing you'd expect in a church. Just bare wooden, floors covered in a thick layer of dust and debris. And at the far end, mounted on the wall, was an enormous wooden cross, easily 10 feet tall. The craftsmanship was crude but powerful. Thick beams roughly shaped and bound together with what looked like iron bands. But what drew our attention immediately was in the center of the floor, a trap door. Not wooden like you might expect in an old building, but metal, steel from the looks of it, with a heavy-duty bolt locking mechanism. And it was chained. Multiple thick chains crisscrossed over it, secured with another massive padlock similar to the one on the front door. "Holy shit," Chris whispered, approaching it slowly. "There's a basement." I hung back, every instinct screaming that this was wrong. "Chris, let's go. This place gives me the creeps." He ignored me, crouching down to examine the trap door. Why would they chain it like this? From the outside? He tugged experimentally on one of the chains. Something valuable must be down there. That's when the shift happened. I can't explain it any other way. One moment, Chris was my rational, level-headed friend who I'd known since 3rd grade, and the next, he was different. His face changed, his expression becoming intensely focused, almost hungry. "We need to open it," he said, his voice oddly flat. "What? No way. We don't even know what this place is," I argued. "It's probably just storage, or maybe the foundation is unstable, so they sealed it off." Chris wasn't listening. He was already pulling at the chains, testing the padlock. "We need something heavy, something to break this." I grabbed his arm. "Chris, stop. This isn't our property. We can't just break in." He looked up at me then, and I swear his eyes were different, darker somehow, the pupils so dilated I could barely see any iris. "Don't you want to know? Don't you need to know what's down there?" "No, I really don't," I said, genuinely freaked out now. "Come on, we should report this to the park. Rangers when we get back. Let them deal with it." He shook his head violently. "No time. We need to open it now." He stood abruptly, looking around the empty church. "I need something heavy enough to break these chains." When he started toward the large cross on the wall, I physically grabbed him. "Chris, what the hell is wrong with you? You're acting crazy." For a second, I thought he was going to hit me. His face contorted with anger, frustration, something I'd never seen from him before. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. His expression cleared, confusion replacing that manic intensity. What? He looked around, bewildered. Why was I? He stared down at the trap door, then back at me. I don't know why I was so fixated on that. That's weird. "You said we needed to open it," I reminded him, "like you were obsessed." He rubbed his face with both hands. I don't know what came over me. I just felt this overwhelming urge to see what was down there, like nothing else mattered. He shook his head, looking disturbed. That's not like me at all. We both stared at the chained trapdoor for a long minute. Whatever was under there, someone had gone to extreme lengths to keep it sealed. The church itself was strange enough, but that heavily secured basement in the middle of nowhere, that was next level creepy. "Let's get out of here," I finally said. Chris nodded, looking relieved, and we crawled back out through the hole in the wall. Outside, the forest seemed darker somehow, though it couldn't have been later than 3:30. We quickly shouldered our packs and continued our hike, eager to put distance between us and that building. Neither of us looked back, but I could feel it behind us, like it was watching our retreat. We made it to our planned camping spot by the lake before dusk. As we set up camp, we tried to joke about it. The secret church stash, Chris called it, suggesting maybe it was hidden moonshine or old settler gold, but the laughter felt forced. That night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to find Chris sitting upright in his sleeping bag, staring into the darkness in the direction we'd come from. "Can't sleep?" I asked. He flinched, like he'd forgotten I was there. "I keep thinking about it," he admitted. "About what's under that trap door." Probably nothing, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Then why chain it like that? He asked, echoing my own thoughts. I had no good answer. We both barely slept the rest of the night. We finished our trip as planned, spending the remaining days fishing, hiking, and pretending everything was normal. But things had changed. We never mentioned the church to the park rangers. Somehow it felt too weird, too personal. I looked it up afterward, scoured online forums about Algonquin, historical records, anything I could find. There was nothing about any church ever being built in that section of the park. For our next year's trip, we chose a different park altogether. When we eventually returned to Algonquin 2 years later, we deliberately planned a route nowhere near that area. Chris seems to have moved on. We're still friends, still do our annual trips, but he rarely mentions what happened. When it does come up, he laughs it off, saying he must have been dehydrated or something to get so fixated on a random storm cellar. But I can't shake it. 5 years later, I still lie awake some nights picturing that weathered building, that impossible church standing alone in the wilderness. I think about those chains, that heavy padlock. Most of all, I think about the change that came over my friend, how quickly and completely something seemed to take hold of him, and how desperately he wanted to open that trap door. Whatever was chained beneath that floor, I believe it was calling to him. And sometimes, in my darkest thoughts, I wonder if a small part of it came back with us, a sliver of curiosity that never quite goes away, quietly, whispering that we should have looked, that we needed to know, that maybe someday we should go back and finish what we started. Story 6. I never shared this story before because it still scares the hell out of me. This happened back in '87 when I was working as a property manager in London, though property manager makes it sound much more legitimate than it actually was. I was basically just a rent collector for a series of run-down flats my boss owned across East London. The whole operation was dodgy as hell. These weren't proper rentals. Most of the buildings had been converted illegally into tiny bedsits, no permits, no safety inspections, nothing. The bathrooms were shared, the heating barely worked, and there was always some kind of mold or damp problem. But the rent was dirt cheap by London standards, 60 quid a month when most places were charging twice that, so people who couldn't afford better or couldn't pass reference checks ended up with us. My job was simple: collect the rent, fix what could be fixed with minimal cost, and most importantly, be the buffer between the actual owner, my boss, Gary, and anyone who might come asking questions. Gary never wanted his name on anything. I was 22, needed money, and didn't ask questions. The pay was decent, and it was mostly cash in hand. Most of our tenants were immigrants who either couldn't afford proper housing or didn't have the right paperwork to get it. I never asked for ID or references. If you had the 60 quid, you got a room. End of story. The building in Finsbury was probably the worst of all of them. It was this old Victorian house that had been chopped up into 12 tiny rooms. The wallpaper was peeling. There was a persistent smell of damp, and the whole place felt like it was slowly rotting from the inside out. But it was always full because it was close to the tube. That's where I met Yuri. He showed up one rainy Tuesday morning in November while I was fixing a leak in the communal bathroom. Massive bloke, must have been 6'4", broad shoulders, with this thick accent I later found out was Latvian. He didn't say much, just asked if there was a room available. There was, the one at the end of the top corridor that nobody wanted because it was the smallest and had black mold in one corner. I showed it to him, expecting the usual complaints, but he just nodded and pulled out 60 quid in crumpled notes. I take it. he said. That was that. I gave him the key, told him about the bathroom situation, and he moved in that same day with just a duffel bag of belongings. Yuri turned out to be the perfect tenant. He was quiet, never complained, and always paid on time. Actually, he developed this weird system where he'd leave the money in a pillowcase on his bed on the first Tuesday of every month, which saved me having to knock and wait for him. I never saw him much. Apparently he worked nights somewhere, though I never knew where. The other tenants said he kept to himself, barely spoke to anyone. This arrangement went on for about 6 months without any issues. Then, one Tuesday in May, I went up to Yuri's room to collect the rent. I knocked first out of courtesy, although I wasn't expecting him to be there at that time. No answer, as usual. I used my key, went in, and immediately noticed something was off. The pillowcase was on the bed, but when I picked it up, it was empty. No cash. That had never happened before. I looked around the room. The wardrobe door was open, and it looked empty of clothes. My first thought was that he'd done a runner. It happened sometimes when tenants couldn't pay. But then I noticed his battered old brown leather suitcase partially sticking out from under the bed. I remember thinking it was odd he'd leave without his suitcase. Maybe he was planning to come back for it. I should have just left it there. Should have just walked away. But I didn't. I got down on my knees and pulled it out. The suitcase was old-fashioned, with these brass buckles that were tarnished and worn. It wasn't locked. I told myself I was just checking if there was any identification, any clue about where he'd gone or when he might be back. That's what I told myself. I popped the buckles and opened the lid. The smell hit me first. It was thick and cloying, like meat left too long in the sun. Then my brain registered what I was seeing, and I scrambled backward so fast I cracked my head against the wall. Yuri was in the suitcase. His body had been twisted and folded to fit inside. His legs were bent at impossible angles, clearly broken to make them fit. His arms were wrapped around his torso in this grotesque self-hug, and his face, Christ, his face. It was gray, bloated, with his eyes open and cloudy, staring right at me. His mouth was stuffed with what looked like a washcloth. I vomited right there on the floor. Then I panicked. I slammed the suitcase shut, wiped my mouth with my sleeve, and ran out of the room. I didn't even lock the door behind me. I just ran down the 3 flights of stairs and out onto the street, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst. There was a phone box on the corner. I stumbled into it, fumbled with some change, and called Gary. My hands were shaking so badly I had to dial twice. When he answered, I blurted out what I'd found. I expected shock, horror, instructions to call the police immediately. What I got was silence, then a very calm voice asking, "Is anyone else there? Has anyone else seen it?" "No," I said. "I just found it now." "Right," he said, still eerily calm. "Don't call the police. Wait there. I'm sending someone over to take care of it." "Take care of it?" I repeated. "Gary, there's a dead body in there. A fucking dead body." "Keep your voice down," he hissed. "This isn't the first problem we've had to sort out, Danny. Just wait there and keep your mouth shut." The way he said it made my blood run cold. This isn't the first problem. What did that mean? How many other problems had there been? And suddenly I realized that the illegal flats weren't Gary's main business at all. They were just a side operation. Something much darker was going on. I mumbled something about waiting and hung up. Then I stood in that phone box for about 30 seconds, my mind racing. If I stayed, I'd be involved in whatever taking care of it meant. And I was pretty sure it didn't mean calling the proper authorities. I made a decision right there that probably saved my life. I walked to the next phone box, a few streets over, and called the police. I didn't give my name, just the address and what I'd found. Then I ran. I went straight to my mate Dave's flat in Camden. He wasn't home, but I had a key. So I let myself in and just sat there in the dark, trying to process what had happened. I kept seeing Yuri's face, those cloudy, dead eyes staring at me. I kept smelling that sickly sweet smell of decay. Dave came home around 7, and I told him everything. He wanted me to go to the police properly, but I was terrified. If Gary found out I'd called them instead of waiting for his someone to arrive, I was as good as dead. We watched the evening news, and there it was. Police investigating a suspicious death at an address in Finsbury. They didn't give details, but I knew. I fucking knew. I couldn't go back to my flat. It would be the first place Gary would look for me. But I needed clothes, money, my passport. Dave offered to go check if it was safe, but I couldn't risk him getting involved. So the next morning, I went myself, but I was careful. I watched the building from across the street for an hour before going in. I wish I hadn't. My flat had been completely torn apart. The door was splintered around the lock. The furniture was slashed open. My clothes were scattered everywhere. My phone had been ripped from the wall and smashed. Even the floorboards had been pulled up in places. They'd been looking for something, or maybe just sending a message. I grabbed what I could, some clothes, the emergency cash I kept in a hollowed-out book, my passport, and got out of there. As I was leaving, my elderly neighbor, Mrs. Parker, poked her head out. "2 men were looking for you last night," she whispered. "Rough-looking types. I told them I hadn't seen you, but they didn't believe me. Be careful, love." That's when I realized this wasn't just about me anymore. If they'd threatened Mrs. Parker, what would stop them from going after my mum? She lived alone in a small flat in Hackney. I went straight there. Mum knew something was wrong the moment she saw my face. I told her we needed to leave London just for a while. I made up some story about gambling debts, people after me. She didn't believe me, not completely, but she packed a bag anyway. We took the train to Manchester that afternoon, where my cousin lived. We stayed with him for a few weeks until I found us a small flat and a job washing dishes in a restaurant. We never went back to London. I called Dave a few times from payphones, and he told me police had been round asking questions, but there was no sign of Gary or his men. Eventually, the police interest seemed to die down. Maybe they wrote it off as just another immigrant killed in a bad part of town. Maybe Gary had connections. I don't know. That was over 30 years ago now. Mum passed 10 years back, and I've built a life up north. Got married, had kids, normal stuff. But I still have nightmares about that suitcase. Still wake up sometimes feeling like I'm being folded and twisted to fit into a too small space, like someone's about to zip me up in the darkness. I never found out who killed Yuri or why, but whoever did it must have been terrifying because Yuri was a big bloke. Breaking his limbs, folding him into that suitcase, it would have taken strength, determination. When I think about the kind of person who could do that, and then I think about how close I came to meeting whoever Gary was sending over, I feel sick all over again. I've checked the news archives over the years, tried to find out what happened after I left. There's nothing. No reports of arrests, no trial, nothing about a body in a suitcase. It's like it never happened. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but then I remember the smell, the sight of his gray face, and I know it was real. I still look over my shoulder sometimes, still get nervous when I see a man in a suit who resembles Gary, still feel my heart rate spike when I see an old leather suitcase. Some fears never leave you, no matter how far you run. Story 7. I've never told the full story of what happened with that building in Englewood. Most people wouldn't believe me anyway, and I'm still trying to make sense of it myself. It's been 2 years now, and I still wake up some nights thinking I can smell that same acidic stench in my bedroom. When my dad passed away 3 years ago, I inherited his 3 apartment buildings in Chicago's Englewood neighborhood. 6 units in each building, mostly decent tenants who'd been there for years. I was working as an accountant at the time, so managing these properties was a whole new world for me. Dad had always handled everything himself: maintenance, tenant issues, rent collection, and suddenly it was all on me. For the first few months, everything went pretty smoothly. I'd stop by on weekends to fix minor issues, collect rent from a few tenants who preferred to pay in person, and generally just check on things. The buildings weren't fancy, but they were solid brick 2-stories with good bones, as Dad used to say. Then Gerald moved in. I remember when he first applied for apartment 2B. It was early October, getting cold already. He showed up in this heavy trench coat that looked like it had seen better days. Skinny guy, maybe 40-something, with this patchy beard and these eyes that they never seemed to blink. He filled out the application right there, paid the deposit in cash, and had excellent references I couldn't ignore. Everything checked out. Looking back, those references were probably fake, but at the time, I had no reason to doubt them. Gerald was weird from the start, but initially just in that eccentric tenant kind of way. He always wore that same trench coat, even when temperatures hit the 90s in July. Always had this slight smile that never quite reached his eyes. But he paid his rent, always early, always in cash, and kept to himself, which is honestly what most landlords want in a tenant. About 2 months after Gerald moved in, Mrs. Diaz from apartment 1A called me complaining about noise. She said someone was dragging heavy things up the stairs at 3 in the morning. I caught Gerald a few times after that, carrying these large rectangular cases up to his apartment in the middle of the night. When I asked him about it, he just smiled and said, "Just some supplies for my hobby." The cases clinked as he moved, obviously full of glass bottles or jars. I didn't press him on it. In hindsight, that was my first big mistake. Everything changed in January, almost 5 months after Gerald moved in. I got calls from 3 different tenants about backed up sinks and toilets. The whole building's plumbing was messed up. I called my usual plumber, but he was booked solid for 2 weeks due to frozen pipes all over the city. With tenants freaking out, I decided to tackle the main sewer line myself. The access was in the basement, this dark, musty space with concrete floors and ancient pipes snaking along the ceiling. I brought my drain snake, some basic tools, and a flashlight. It was freezing down there, my breath making clouds in the air as I worked. I located the main cleanout, opened it, and immediately had to step back from the smell. It was like nothing I'd ever encountered before, like rotting fish mixed with ammonia and something else I couldn't identify, something chemical. The snake went in about 20 feet before hitting the blockage. I cranked and pushed, feeling it grab onto something. When I pulled it back, that's when I saw it, this grayish-green mass clinging to the end of the snake. It wasn't hair or paper or any normal blockage. This thing was slimy, almost translucent in parts, with a weird fibrous texture, about the size of my fist. I've cleared plenty of drains before. You find some disgusting stuff, hair, grease, sometimes things tenants shouldn't have flushed. But this was different. It almost seemed to move on its own when I put it in a bucket, like it was pulsing. and the smell was so intense I had to step outside for a minute to keep from gagging. When I went back down with a mask on, I snaked the drain again and pulled out 2 more similar masses. Each one had the same grayish-green color, the same slimy texture. I ended up bagging the stuff and throwing it in the dumpster, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something very wrong about what I'd found. The plumbing cleared after that, at least temporarily, but I couldn't stop thinking about that weird substance. Something told me Gerald might be involved. Call it landlord's intuition, but the timing lined up with his arrival, and those glass containers he was always bringing in had to be for something. A week later, I decided to use my emergency access rights to check Gerald's apartment while he was out. I'd seen him leave early that morning in his usual trench coat, pulling a small wheeled suitcase behind him. He typically didn't return until evening on Tuesdays. I knocked first, waited, then used my key to enter. The smell hit me immediately. That same acidic chemical odor from the drain, but stronger, mixed with something earthy. The apartment was dimly lit, with heavy curtains blocking the windows. The layout was typical: living room connecting to a small kitchen, hallway leading to a bedroom and bathroom. But what he'd done with the space was anything but normal. Mismatched furniture filled the living room. An old velvet couch, 3 different types of chairs arranged in a semicircle facing a wall with no TV. Strange plants grew in pots and jars along the windowsills, none that I recognized, with oddly shaped leaves that seemed to curl away from my flashlight beam. The walls were covered with paintings, abstract swirls of dark colors that seemed to form faces if you looked at them too long, and books, stacks and shelves of them, most with titles in what looked like Latin or some other language I couldn't identify. But what really caught my attention was the utility closet in the hallway. It was supposed to house the water heater and some pipes, but Gerald had installed a heavy padlock on it. As the landlord, I needed access to that utility space. It was in the lease agreement. So I went back to my car for bolt cutters. When I cut through that padlock and opened the door, I nearly vomited on the spot. The closet had been converted into a floor-to-ceiling shelving unit, and on those shelves were dozens of glass jars, the kind used for canning, each filled with a murky, yellowish liquid. Floating in each jar was a mass of that same grayish-green substance I'd pulled from the drain, but in various sizes and shapes. Some were small, like a golf ball. Others filled the entire jar. In the larger ones, I could see what looked like veins or fibers running through the masses. I stepped closer, shining my flashlight directly on one jar. The mass inside seemed to react, contracting slightly away from the light. I swear I wasn't imagining it. This thing moved. And as I looked more closely at the other jars, I could see slight movements in them too, almost like a pulse. At the bottom of the closet was a plastic tub filled with a clear liquid that smelled like the drain blockage. There were rubber gloves, eyedroppers, and several empty jars stacked nearby. Some kind of logbook sat on the middle shelf, filled with dates and measurements in tiny, precise handwriting. I was so shocked by what I was seeing that I didn't hear the apartment door open. I didn't hear the footsteps. I only realized Gerald had returned when I felt someone standing behind me. "Those are my friends," he said, his voice oddly calm. I spun around to find Gerald standing there, still in his trench coat, that same slight smile on his face. But his eyes were different now, wider, more intense. "What the hell is all this?" I managed to ask, gesturing at the jars. "They grow in the dark," he said, as if that explained everything. "They speak to me. They're almost ready." "Ready for what?" I asked, trying to stay calm while edging toward the door. "To spread," he replied, his smile widening. "They like the pipes, the moisture, the dark spaces where people don't look." My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Whatever this guy was doing, it was clearly violating about a dozen health codes and probably several laws. And those things in the jars, they couldn't be natural. "I'm going to have to ask you to leave the building," I said, trying to sound authoritative despite my fear. "This is a serious violation of your lease. I'll be serving you with an official eviction notice tomorrow." Gerald just kept smiling. "They've already spread more than you know," he said. "Check your other drains. Check the walls. They're establishing a colony." I pushed past him and quickly left the apartment. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely lock the door behind me. I went straight to my car and called my lawyer from the parking lot, explaining that I needed emergency eviction paperwork for a tenant who was creating hazardous conditions. The next day, I returned with a formal eviction notice and a police officer. Gerald accepted the paperwork without argument, still wearing that unsettling smile. He agreed to be out in 3 days. True to his word, Gerald was gone by the deadline, but before he left, he apparently smashed one of his jars on the kitchen floor. When I entered the apartment after he'd turned in his keys, there was this puddle of foul-smelling liquid on the linoleum, with no sign of whatever had been floating in it. The utility closet was empty, all the jars gone. I had to hire a professional hazmat team to clean the apartment. They wore full protective gear and used industrial-strength chemicals. Even they commented on the unusual nature of the residue. One guy asked if there had been some kind of illegal lab in the apartment. I thought that would be the end of it. Gerald was gone, the apartment was cleaned, and I could move on. But the problems had only just begun. Over the next few weeks, the entire building developed this persistent smell, that same sharp, acidic odor that seemed to seep into the walls themselves. No amount of cleaning or air fresheners could mask it. Tenants started complaining about plumbing issues again, slow drains, strange gurgling noises from their pipes at night. Then the sightings started. Mrs. Diaz was the first, calling me in hysterics at 2 a.m, claiming she'd seen something pale and wriggling coming up through her bathroom sink drain. When she turned on the light, it disappeared. By the time I arrived, there was nothing to see, but she was packing her things, refusing to spend another night in the building. Within a month, 3 more tenants reported similar sightings, pale, tube-like things in their drains that moved and retreated when exposed to light. One tenant, Mr. Collins from 3A, even managed to take a blurry photo on his phone. It showed something whitish and segmented partially emerging from his kitchen drain. When I zoomed in on the image, I could make out what looked like tiny fibers or tentacles along its sides. I called in plumbers, exterminators, even a mold specialist. None of them could identify what was happening or how to stop it. The plumber found more of those grayish-green masses clogging the main line. The exterminator said it wasn't any kind of pest he'd ever encountered. The mold specialist took samples, but called me a week later, saying the lab couldn't identify the substance. By spring, most of the tenants had moved out. I couldn't blame them. I wouldn't have wanted to live there either. The building itself seemed to be changing, the walls developing a slight dampness that no dehumidifier could address, strange discolorations appearing on ceilings near plumbing fixtures. I had a priest come bless the building. I had a remediation company practically gut the plumbing system. Nothing worked. Whatever Gerald had brought into that building had taken root in ways I couldn't begin to comprehend. 6 months after Gerald left, I sold the building at a massive loss to a developer who knew they'd have to demolish it. I didn't even feel guilty. I just wanted to be free of the place and whatever was living in its walls and pipes. I never found out what was really in those jars. Some kind of organism Gerald was cultivating? Some bizarre fungus or parasite? I've spent countless hours researching, trying to identify what those things could have been, but I've found nothing that matches. Sometimes I drive by where the building used to stand. They tore it down last year, replacing it with a small parking lot. I always wonder if they got all of it, whatever it was, or if some of those things escaped into the city's sewer system, growing and spreading in the dark, waiting for the right conditions to emerge again. And I still check my drains every night before bed, just in case. Story 8. I first met Sheila during employee orientation that summer of 1996. She stood out immediately, immaculately dressed with this perfect dark hair, always neatly styled even though we were all living in basic park housing. She was from New York and had this professional, put-together way about her that wasn't common among the usual seasonal crowd of college kids and outdoor enthusiasts. At 43, Sheila was older than most seasonal employees, and I remember wondering why someone her age would take a job that mostly attracted 20-somethings. She told me once over coffee in the employee cafeteria that she was starting over after a divorce. The mountains were her fresh start. What made Sheila remarkable was her attention to detail. She worked at the front desk of Paradise Inn, and visitors would comment on how helpful she was. She memorized trail conditions, weather forecasts, and could tell you exactly where to spot wildlife or wildflowers depending on the time of year. The management noticed too. When fall came and they were selecting the skeleton crew to stay through winter, Sheila got one of those coveted spots while most seasonals were sent home. October 4th was the farewell dinner for the summer staff. I remember it clearly because I was helping coordinate security that night. It was held in the community building at Longmire. Nothing fancy, just a potluck with some speeches thanking everyone for their work. The mood was celebratory, but also a bit somber. If you've ever worked a season at a national park, you know how close you get to people only to say goodbye, knowing you might never see them again. Sheila was in good spirits that night. She wore a dark blue sweater I still remember and was talking excitedly about winter training. She'd never experienced a rainier winter before, and some of the veteran staff were telling stories about past snowstorms that had cut power for days. She didn't seem scared at all, just excited for the adventure. The dinner wound down around 9:30. I remember checking my watch because I needed to do a final security sweep of the building. Sheila was helping clean up, stacking chairs against the wall. She waved goodbye to me around 10, saying she was heading back to her cabin to finish packing some of the summer clothes she wouldn't need anymore. Her cabin was only about a 5-minute walk from the community building. It was dark, but the path was well lit and traveled constantly by staff. This wasn't remote backcountry, this was basically our front yard, the developed area of the park with buildings and maintained walkways. I locked up the community building around 10:30 and went back to my own housing unit. I didn't think anything more about it until the next morning, when my radio crackled with a call about Sheila missing her shift. At first, nobody was particularly alarmed. People oversleep, get sick, forget schedules. But Sheila wasn't like that. She was never late, not once all summer. When they said she'd missed her 6 a.m. shift without calling, I immediately felt something was wrong. By noon, concern had escalated to worry. Her supervisor had gone to her cabin and found it empty, but undisturbed. Her bed looked slept in, but her uniform was laid out for the day. Her wallet and park ID were still on the nightstand. Her suitcase was open on the floor with summer clothes neatly folded inside. The only things missing were the clothes she'd been wearing the night before and her cabin key. That afternoon, we organized the first search. Again, I need to emphasize that this wasn't wilderness. Longmire is a developed area with buildings, parking lots, and short trails. We were literally searching what amounted to a small village. We checked every building, utility shed, and public restroom. We expanded to the short trails immediately surrounding the area. Nothing, not a single trace of Sheila. By nightfall, the search had expanded to include all staff and local law enforcement. We brought in dogs that picked up her scent from her cabin to the path toward the community building, but then lost it completely at a junction. Where the path meets the main park road, it was as if she had vanished into thin air. Over the next few days, the search grew. Volunteers combed every inch of the Longmire area and expanded outward along trails. Helicopters scanned open areas. The FBI arrived on day 3 because this was a disappearance on federal land, and they set up a command center in our ranger station. I'll never forget the FBI agent in charge, Agent Weber, sitting me down and asking, "Is there anything unusual about Ms. Kearns that you noticed? Any conflicts with other staff? Any visitors who paid her special attention?" I had nothing to offer. Sheila was well-liked, professional, private, but not secretive. She didn't date anyone on staff that I knew of. She didn't have visitors. She was just normal, reliable. As days turned into weeks, theories circulated. Some thought she might have decided to hike up to Reflection Lakes at night to see stars and got lost, though that made no sense given her outdoor experience and the fact none of her hiking gear was missing. Others suggested she might have left voluntarily, walked off the job, but with all her belongings still there, her bank accounts untouched. The most disturbing theory, and the one the FBI seemed to lean toward, was that someone had taken her. But from where? How? This wasn't a remote trailhead where a stranger could abduct someone unnoticed. This was our community, where staff was constantly coming and going, even at night. Winter came early that year. By mid-November, the first heavy snows blanketed the park, effectively ending the ground search. The case remained open, but active searching was suspended until spring. I remember the eerie feeling that settled over Longmire that winter. Staff spoke in whispers. People traveled in pairs, even for short walks. Cabin doors that had rarely been locked were now secured with additional deadbolts installed by maintenance. I volunteered for the winter crew partly because I couldn't bring myself to leave while Sheila was still missing. I felt responsible somehow, though I knew rationally there was nothing I could have done differently. I kept thinking about alternative scenarios, retracing that night over and over in my mind. The winter dragged on with no new developments. Snow piled higher and higher, sometimes closing the road to the outside world for days at a time. I'd look out at the pristine, white landscape and wonder if somewhere beneath it all was the answer to what happened to Sheila. Spring came late to Mount Rainier. May arrived with the first significant snowmelt, revealing the dark earth beneath. 7 months had passed since Sheila disappeared. I was coordinating trail maintenance on May 15th when the call came over the radio. All available personnel to the woodland behind the community building. Possible human remains found. I felt sick as I rushed to the scene. A maintenance worker clearing winter debris had spotted what he thought was an animal carcass, about 70 yards into the forest behind the community building. It wasn't an animal. The scene was horrible. I won't describe it in detail out of respect, but what we found were scattered human remains that had clearly been there for months, disturbed by animals and the elements. They were found in an area we had searched repeatedly in October, an area so close to the community building that you could still see its roof through the trees. DNA later confirmed it was Sheila. The forensic team worked for days, combing the area for evidence. They couldn't determine a cause of death due to the condition of the remains. There were no obvious signs of trauma to the bones that would indicate violence, but so much was missing or damaged that they couldn't rule it out either. I kept thinking, how did we miss this? How did cadaver dogs miss this? The remains were found literally within sight of the building where we'd had the farewell dinner. We had searched that exact area multiple times. The leading theories were either an animal attack, possibly a cougar, though attacks on adults are extremely rare, or homicide. Neither had conclusive evidence. If it was an animal attack, why were there no torn clothing scraps, no signs of struggle, no blood trail? If it was murder, who could have done it in such a public area without being seen? There was one detail that has always bothered me, though the FBI dismissed it as insignificant. In the pocket of what remained of Sheila's jeans was her cabin key, but her blue sweater, the one I specifically remember her wearing that night, was never found. Not a thread of it. The case officially remains open as an unsolved homicide, but it's gone cold. Most of the staff from that time have moved on, scattered across the country. I stayed at Rainier for 5 more years before transferring to Olympic National Park, partly to escape the memories. I'm not a superstitious person. I deal in facts and evidence. It's part of being a ranger. But sometimes when I'm alone in the woods, I find myself looking over my shoulder, wondering. Because the truth is, someone or something took Sheila Kearns literally from our front yard, and despite dozens of trained professionals searching, we found nothing until the snow melted. Was someone watching her for months? Did they wait for the perfect moment when she was walking alone at night? Did they hide her body somewhere else initially and then move it later to the search area? Or was it something else entirely? The most chilling aspect is the randomness of it. If Sheila hadn't been selected for the winter crew, she would have gone home the next day. If she'd left the dinner 5 minutes earlier or later, would things have turned out differently? If I had walked her back to her cabin that night instead of staying to lock up, would she still be alive? I've gone over that night 1,000 times in my head. I've retraced every step from the community building to her cabin. I've interviewed every person who was at that dinner in my mind. I've never found answers. To this day, whenever I drive through Longmire, I can't look at that community building without seeing Sheila in her blue sweater, waving goodbye as she stepped into the darkness. And I wonder what happened in those few minutes between when she left my sight and when she vanished forever. 27 years later, I still check for updates on the case every few months, but I don't expect answers anymore. The mountains keep their secrets well. Story 9. I've been a park ranger at Saguaro National Park for almost 7 years now. I love the desert, or at least I used to. People think it's just emptiness out here, but there's actually so much life if you know where to look. The way the sun hits the mountains at dawn, how you can track the seasons by which wildflowers appear, even the way you can feel so completely alone, yet completely at peace. It's special. Well, it was. 3 weeks ago, everything changed. I still haven't been able to shake what happened, and I don't think I ever will. I've been trying to write this down for days now, just to get it out of my head, but my hands start shaking every time. I need to tell someone, though. Maybe putting it into words will help me make sense of it. It started as just another Tuesday. The temperature was already climbing into the 90s by 9 in the morning. typical for May in southern Arizona. I was at my desk in the ranger station, going through incident reports from the weekend, mostly minor stuff. A couple lost hikers, someone who needed treatment for dehydration, the usual. The call came in around 11:30. One of our volunteers, Dave, was out checking the boundary markers along the eastern edge of the park when he spotted smoke rising from an area near Rincon Creek. Not a huge plume, not like a wildfire, but enough that he was concerned. With how dry it's been, even a small fire can turn catastrophic fast. Probably just some idiot campers who didn't properly extinguish their fire, Manny said when I told him. Manny Rodriguez has been my colleague for about 4 years now. Stocky guy, former military, always chewing gum and making jokes about everything. We grabbed our gear, jumped in the park service truck, and headed out. The eastern boundary is about a 45-minute drive from the main station, mostly on unpaved roads. As we bounced along, I remember thinking it was odd how quiet everything seemed. Usually you'd see desert hares darting across the path, maybe a coyote in the distance, hawks circling overhead. But that day, nothing. Not a single living creature, just dust and silence. You notice anything weird? I asked Manny. Like what? He asked, eyes still on the rough road ahead. No wildlife, not even birds. He shrugged. Probably too hot. Everything's taking shelter. I wanted to believe him, but I couldn't shake this creeping feeling of wrongness. It felt like the desert itself was holding its breath. We met Dave at the turnoff to the service road. His normally tanned face looked pale, and he was fidgeting with his park volunteer cap. "It's about half a mile down that way," he said, pointing. I didn't get too close once I saw what it was. What was?" Manny asked. Dave just shook his head. "You'll see. It's not good." We left Dave with instructions to call in our location to dispatch and continued down the narrow dirt road. As we rounded a bend, I saw it, a thin ribbon of black smoke rising from behind a cluster of saguaros. The smell hit us before we could even see the source, that acrid, unmistakable stench of burning metal and something else, something worse. "Jesus," Manny muttered as we pulled up about 50 feet from what was clearly a vehicle fire. What remained was barely recognizable as a car, just a blackened metal skeleton. The paint had bubbled and peeled away, the tires were completely gone, and the glass had either shattered or melted into warped sheets. It was an older model sedan, maybe a Toyota or Honda from what little I could tell. We approached carefully, looking for any signs of active flames, but the fire had mostly burned itself out. Just a few smoldering spots remained. "Should we call this in?" I asked Manny. He nodded, already reaching for his radio. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Rodriguez. We've got an abandoned vehicle fire at the east boundary, approximately 2 miles south of marker 14. Fire is mostly extinguished, but we're going to need law enforcement and probably fire investigation out here." As Manny called it in, I walked around the vehicle, trying to determine if it had been driven here or towed. The ground was hard-packed dirt, so there weren't many visible tire tracks, but it looked like the car had been driven in under its own power. That's when I noticed it. At first, I thought it was just melted upholstery, or maybe the remains of luggage in the back seat. But as I leaned in closer, my stomach dropped. "Manny," I called out, my voice barely working. "Manny, get over here now." He must have heard something in my tone because he cut his radio call short and jogged over. "What is it, Eth?" He stopped mid-sentence as he saw what I was looking at. There, in the back seat of the car, was what remained of a person. The body was charred beyond recognition, curled into a fetal position. But what made it infinitely worse was the unmistakable evidence that this hadn't been an accident. The victim's wrists were bound with rope that had partially burned but had fused to what was left of the door handle. And there were bullet holes in the frame of the car that hadn't been caused by the fire. Someone had tied this person up, shot them, and then set the car on fire. I've seen dead bodies before. Hikers who succumbed to heat exhaustion, even a climber once who fell from one of the cliffs. But this was different. This was intentional cruelty. This was evil. I stumbled backward, barely making it a few feet before I doubled over and vomited into the dust. Manny was back on the radio, his voice tight and clipped, calling for sheriff's deputies, state police, and the FBI. This wasn't just a death in the park anymore. This was murder. The next hours passed in a blur. We secured the area as best we could, setting up a perimeter with what little we had in the truck. Dave was sent back to the main road to guide in law enforcement when they arrived. Manny and I stayed with the scene, neither of us saying much. What was there to say? I remember staring at the distant mountains, trying to focus on anything but the charred remains just feet away from me. I kept thinking about the victim. Who were they? Did they have family waiting for them somewhere? And how the hell did they end up out here, in my peaceful desert, dying in such a horrific way? The first sheriff's deputies arrived about an hour later, followed by a parade of official vehicles, crime scene techs, medical examiner, fire investigator, even 2 FBI agents in an unmarked SUV. They took over the scene, and Manny and I were pushed to the perimeter, told to stay available for questions. I watched as they worked, photographing everything, collecting evidence, eventually removing the body in a special bag. The FBI agents interviewed us separately, asking if we'd noticed any suspicious vehicles or people in the area recently. I told them about the absence of wildlife, which they noted but didn't seem particularly interested in. The sun was starting to set by the time they allowed us to leave. The temperature was dropping rapidly, the way it always does in the desert, but I couldn't stop sweating. My uniform felt sticky and wrong against my skin. "You okay to drive back?" Manny asked as we walked to our truck. It was the first thing either of us had said to each other in hours. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "That was fucked up," he said quietly. "I've seen some shit in my time, but that..." He shook his head. "Yeah," was all I could manage. The drive back to the station was silent, except for the rattling of the truck and the occasional crackle of the radio. The park looked different to me now. Shadows seemed deeper. The open spaces felt exposed rather than free. Every turn in the road made me tense, like something might be waiting around the corner. Back at the station, we had to file reports, clinical, factual accounts of what we'd found. I remember staring at my computer screen, trying to find words that would accurately describe the scene without conjuring the images too vividly in my mind. I failed. By the time I finished, my shirt was soaked through with sweat, and my hands wouldn't stop trembling. As I was leaving, I overheard a couple of the seasonal rangers talking in the break room. "Bet you anything that spot becomes the most popular camping location next season," one of them said with a laugh. "Visitors eat that morbid shit up. Remember how everyone wanted to hike to where they found that missing guy's backpack last year? I wanted to scream at them, to make them understand that this wasn't some spooky campfire story. This was real. This was someone's life, ended in the most terrible way possible. But I didn't have the energy. I just walked past them and headed to my car. That night was the worst. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that charred body, smelled that horrific stench. I kept thinking about the bullet holes. Had the person been alive when the fire started? Had they been conscious, aware of what was happening to them? The thought made me physically ill. I got up around 3 in the morning and sat on my back porch, staring out at the desert. My little house is just outside the park boundaries, isolated enough that I usually enjoy the solitude. That night, it felt like a mistake. Every rustle of the wind, every distant coyote howl made me jump. For the first time since moving here, the desert didn't feel like freedom to me. It felt like a vast, empty place where terrible things could happen and no one would know, where someone could scream and scream and the sound would just disappear into the emptiness, where whoever did this horrible thing was probably still out there, maybe watching, maybe planning something else. The next day, I went back to work because I didn't know what else to do. The FBI was still processing the scene, and they'd set up a temporary command post at our station. They interviewed me again, this time with more specific questions about regular visitors to that area of the park, any suspicious activities I might have noticed in recent weeks, whether I'd seen any unfamiliar vehicles. I answered as best I could, but the truth is, the park gets thousands of visitors. I couldn't possibly remember every car or every face. The agent seemed frustrated with my answers, like I was holding something back. I wasn't. I just couldn't give him what he needed. It's been 3 weeks now, and they still haven't identified the victim. The investigation is ongoing, they say. But I can tell from the decreasing FBI presence that it's becoming a cold case already. Another unsolved murder in a remote location. I still can't sleep through the night. I've started keeping my service weapon next to my bed, something I never did before. Every unexpected noise makes me freeze. The desert that I loved now feels like a threat. Yesterday, I was out on patrol near the western boundary when I thought I saw smoke again, just a thin wisp in the distance. My heart nearly stopped. I called it in immediately and raced toward it, simultaneously terrified of what I might find and determined not to let another horror go undiscovered. It turned out to be dust kicked up by a passing vehicle on the park road, not smoke at all. The relief almost brought me to my knees, but that's how it is now. I can't unsee what I saw. I can't unfeel what I felt. And I can't shake the thought that whoever did this is still out there, maybe watching, maybe waiting. The desert has secrets now, and I'm afraid of what else it might be hiding. Story 10. I still can't believe I'm writing this down. My hands are shaking even now. I never really believed in any of that supernatural stuff before. I mean, I'd heard stories from the local Navajo about skinwalkers since we moved to Arizona 3 years ago, but I always thought they were just scary campfire tales. I'm not laughing anymore. This happened last Friday night. My dad and I were alone at our house. Mom was visiting her sister in Phoenix for the weekend. We live on this pretty isolated property about 20 miles outside Flagstaff. It's beautiful during the day. We have about 15 acres, mostly wooded pasture with these tall ponderosa pines surrounding us. Our nearest neighbor is about a mile down the dirt road. When we bought the place, the real estate agent mentioned something about it being built on what used to be a Navajo settlement a long time ago. Dad thought that was cool. He's always been into Native American history. I didn't think much about it then. Friday started like any normal day. I finished my online classes. Dad worked from his home office, and everything was fine until the sun went down. Our cat, Milo, who usually comes in for dinner around 7, was nowhere to be found. I called for him from the back porch for about 10 minutes, but he didn't show up. That was the first weird thing. Milo never misses dinner. Then around 9:30, I was in my room watching Netflix when I heard it. This sound. At first I thought it was coyotes. We hear them sometimes. But this was different. It was this low, guttural growling mixed with these high-pitched yipping noises. It didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard before. I texted Dad, "Do you hear that?" He came to my room a minute later. "Yeah, I hear it. Probably just some coyotes getting too close to the house." But I could tell by his face he didn't believe that. The sounds kept getting louder, coming from the edge of the woods behind our house. Dad grabbed his flashlight and his pistol from the safe. "I'm gonna check it out. Probably nothing, but stay inside, okay?" I nodded, but I was worried about Milo. What if he was out there with whatever was making those sounds? I watched from my bedroom window as Dad walked across our backyard, the beam of his flashlight cutting through the darkness. When he reached the tree line, the sounds suddenly stopped. Complete silence. Dad stood there for a few minutes, shining his light between the trees, then started walking along the edge of the woods. I couldn't just sit there. I grabbed my own flashlight and went downstairs, telling myself I was just going to check the front yard for Milo. I opened the front door and stepped onto the porch, calling for him softly. Nothing. The night was weirdly still. No insects chirping, no wind, nothing. Just dead silence. I walked down the porch steps and into the front yard, sweeping my flashlight across the grass. That's when I heard rustling from the wooded pasture to my right. My heart jumped. Maybe it was Milo. I turned and pointed my flashlight in that direction. I will never forget what I saw at the edge of the trees. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, standing perfectly still. At first glance, it looked like a person, but wrong. It had what looked like some kind of animal pelt draped over its head, with these tiny antlers or ears sticking up. But its face, oh God, its face. It was chalky white, almost glowing in the darkness, but not like normal pale skin. More like bone, or something that was trying to look like a human face but couldn't quite get it right. The proportions were all wrong. And its eyes, they were these deep, hollow white sockets with pitch-black irises in the center. They reflected my flashlight beam like an animal's eyes, but they were fixed directly on me. I could feel it watching me. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stood there, flashlight pointed at this thing, as every cell in my body screamed at me to run. We stared at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. Then it moved. Not like a person moves. More like it was there, and then it wasn't. No running or walking away. It just vanished between one blink and the next. I finally managed to break free from my paralysis. I turned to run back to the house when I heard it, a scream coming from the woods. "Help! Madison, help me!" It was my voice, coming from somewhere deep in the trees, but it was wrong, distorted, like someone was trying to mimic me but couldn't get the pitch quite right. I remembered something one of our Navajo neighbors had told us when we first moved in. If you ever hear something calling for help and it sounds far away, it's actually very close. If it sounds close, it's far away. That scream sounded distant, which meant whatever made it was nearby. I ran. I sprinted back to the house, tripping over my own feet. Just as I reached the porch, I heard footsteps behind me. Fast, heavy footsteps that didn't sound human. They were too quick, too light despite their heaviness, like something running on all fours but way bigger than a dog or coyote. I slammed the front door behind me, locked it, and collapsed against it, gasping for breath. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I couldn't stop shaking. I kept seeing those eyes, that bone-white face in my mind. I don't know how long I sat there before I heard Dad coming in through the back door. He found me still huddled against the front door, hyperventilating. "Madison, what happened? Are you okay?" He knelt beside me, his face full of concern. I couldn't speak at first. When I finally caught my breath, everything came pouring out in a jumbled mess. I told him about looking for Milo, about the thing I saw at the tree line, about hearing my own voice screaming for help. I described the bone-white face, the hollow eyes, the way it moved or disappeared. Dad's face changed as I spoke. The color drained from it. He believed me. That's what scared me even more. He didn't question me or tell me I was imagining things. He just got paler and paler. "Did you hear it?" I asked. "Did you hear the scream?" He shook his head. "I didn't hear any scream, but—" He hesitated, like he was deciding whether to tell me something. "There's been other things. Things I didn't tell you about because I didn't want to scare you." My blood went cold. "What things?" Dad sat down next to me, still holding his pistol. "Few weeks ago, when you were staying overnight at Emma's house for that school project, I woke up around 3 in the morning, thought I heard someone walking on the roof, heavy footsteps back and forth right above my bedroom. I grabbed my gun, went outside, but there was nothing there, no ladder, no way anyone could have gotten up or down." He took a deep breath. "Then last week, when I was working late in my office, I heard Mom calling me from the kitchen, clear as day, but Mom was in Phoenix at her conference. I felt sick. Why didn't you tell me?" "I thought I was just tired, hearing things. Didn't want to freak you out over nothing." He ran a hand through his hair. "But after what you saw tonight, I don't think it's nothing." We sat in silence for a minute. Then Dad stood up. "I'm going to check all the doors and windows. You stay right here." As he walked away, I remembered something else our Navajo neighbor had told us. Something about skinwalkers, creatures that could take the form of animals or mimic human voices to lure people away from safety. They were said to be evil witches who had gained supernatural powers by breaking a cultural taboo, killing a family member, and they were drawn to places with history. Places like our property, built on an old Navajo settlement. Dad came back a few minutes later. "Everything's locked up. I don't think anything could get in." He didn't sound convinced. We spent the rest of the night in the living room, lights on, Dad's shotgun across his lap. Neither of us could sleep. Every sound made us jump. The house settling, the wind picking up outside, a branch scraping against a window. Around 4 in the morning, Milo scratched at the back door. Dad checked through the window before carefully opening it. Milo darted inside, fur puffed up, eyes wide. He hid under the couch and wouldn't come out, not even for food. When the sun finally came up, I felt like I could breathe again. Whatever I'd seen seemed less real in the daylight, but I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes, that face, my own voice calling out to me. Dad called Mom and asked her to come home early. He didn't tell her why, just said we missed her. Then he made some calls to locals who knew more about the history of our property. What he found out didn't help. Apparently, there had been stories about this area for generations. The Navajo settlement that used to be here was abandoned suddenly hundreds of years ago. No one knows exactly why, but there are legends about a tribal member who practiced dark magic and was banished, only to return seeking revenge. It's been 5 days now. We haven't seen or heard anything else unusual. Mom thinks we both just got spooked by local legends and let our imaginations run wild. She laughs it off, says it was probably just a deer with mange that looked weird in the flashlight beam. But Dad installed new security lights all around the property. and he's been talking about maybe selling the house, moving somewhere closer to town. As for me, I don't go outside after dark anymore. Not alone. Not ever. I keep seeing that face when I close my eyes at night. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, I swear I can hear something scratching at the walls, trying to get in. I don't know what I saw that night. I wish I could convince myself it was just a deer or a bear or some homeless person trying to scare us. But I know what I saw, and I know what I heard. It knew my name. It had my voice. And I'm terrified it's still out there, waiting. Story 11. I don't even know why I'm writing this. Maybe I'm hoping someone has answers. Maybe I just need to tell someone because I can't keep it bottled up anymore. It's been 3 months since everything happened, and I still wake up in cold sweats, thinking I can hear that clicking sound outside my window. It all started after Ryan disappeared at Ledgeview. We'd gone camping there, me, Ryan, and Mike. Just a weekend trip to this secluded spot Ryan had found online. It was supposed to be relaxing, you know, just 3 friends hanging out in the woods. But then Ryan vanished on the second night. Just gone. We searched for hours, called the rangers, police got involved. Nothing. 2 weeks after the search was called off, Ryan's mom called me. Her voice was shaking. She'd received a photo in the mail, no return address, just a white envelope with a single Polaroid inside. It was a picture of the 3 of us from that weekend, sitting around the campfire. I remembered Mike taking that shot with his old camera on our first night there. "There's something wrong with this picture," she said. When she texted it to me, I almost dropped my phone. Behind us, partially hidden in the trees, was this figure. Tall, way too tall to be human, and blurry, like it was moving when the photo was taken. But what really got me were the eyes. Pale, wet-looking things that seemed to reflect the firelight all wrong. I called Mike immediately. He didn't answer. 3 hours later, he called back, his voice frantic. "We need to go back," he said. "Back where? Ledgeview? Are you insane?" "Listen to me," he said. "I've been doing research. That thing in the photo, I think it's been there for a long time. There are other disappearances going back decades, always in 3s. I flat out refused. No way was I going back to those woods. Mike kept calling, leaving increasingly desperate messages. Then a week later, he disappeared too. His roommate found a note saying he'd gone back to Ledgeview to find Ryan. That's when the dreams started. Every night, I'd see Ryan and Mike tied to trees, their mouths moving but no sound coming out, and something tall moving between them. It's back to me. I'd wake up with that same phrase in my head, always in 3s. I knew I had to go back. Not because I wanted to, God, I was terrified, but because I couldn't live with myself if I didn't try to help them. I packed carefully, flashlights, extra batteries, first aid kit, water, energy bars, knife, compass, thermal blanket, and my dad's old .357 revolver. I'm not a gun person, never have been, but something told me I'd need it. I reached Ledgeview just as the sun was setting. The parking area was empty. I followed the same trail we'd taken before, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Everything looked the same, but felt wrong, like the trees were leaning in too close, watching me. When I reached our old campsite, I nearly turned around and ran. The fire ring we'd built was gone. In its place were deep gouges in the earth, like something had dug furrows with massive claws. The surrounding trees had symbols carved into them, not graffiti, but precise cuts in the bark, shapes I'd never seen before but somehow felt I should recognize. I was taking photos of the symbols with my phone, when I heard it for the first time. A clicking sound like bone tapping against wood. Rhythmic, deliberate, coming from all around me. Then a voice, if you can call it that. It was like someone trying to remember how to speak after decades of silence. The words formed from parts that weren't meant to make human sounds. You came back. I ran. Not toward the exit. I couldn't remember which direction that was anymore, but toward the ledge the area was named for. We'd found a small rock shelter under it before, and somehow my panicked brain decided that was the safest place. The shelter was different too. Bones, small ones, probably animals, were arranged in a spiral pattern on the floor, all pointing toward a bundle wrapped in dirty cloth at the center. I shouldn't have touched it. I know that now, but I did. Inside was an old film camera, the kind that develops pictures instantly. There was a note tucked under the strap, handwritten in what looked like dried blood. You wanted to see, now you will. I grabbed the camera, and that's when I heard the clicking again, closer now. I turned toward the entrance of the shelter and saw it, just for a second before I scrambled back. Tall, impossibly tall, its skin textured like tree bark but moving like flesh. Its head was a smooth oval with slits where the eyes should be, wet and reflective in the beam of my flashlight. I bolted out the other side of the shelter, a narrow gap I barely fit through. I heard it trying to follow, the rock cracking as it forced its way in. I ran blindly through the trees, branches whipping my face. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to stretch and compress all at once. Then I reached the ledge and saw him, Mike, standing at the edge, looking out over the valley below. Relief flooded through me. "Mike," I called out. He turned and my relief died instantly. It was Mike, but wrong. His eyes were different. Not in a way I could explain easily. They were still his eyes, still the right color, but they didn't move right. Like whatever was looking through them wasn't used to having eyes. "You came," he said, and smiled too widely. "Now we can all be together." His voice had that same quality as the one I'd heard earlier, like something mimicking human speech. When he stepped toward me, his movements were jerky, as if his joints bent in ways they shouldn't. I pulled out the gun. "Where's Ryan?" I demanded. Mike's head tilted at an angle that made my stomach turn. "Ryan is part of it now, like me, like you will be." He lunged at me, moving faster than any human could. I fired. The sound was deafening in the quiet forest. Mike, or whatever was wearing Mike, stumbled back. There was no blood, just a black viscous fluid leaking from the wound in his chest. He looked down at it, then back at me with those wrong eyes. "That's not how this works," he said, his voice deepening, distorting. I shot again and again. On the third shot, he fell. As soon as he hit the ground, the entire forest seemed to respond with a scream, not wind, not animals, but the trees themselves vibrating with rage. The clicking sound erupted from all directions, and I saw it crashing through the trees toward me, the creature from the shelter, moving in a way that hurt my eyes to watch, like it was skipping frames of reality. I fired my last 3 bullets at it. I don't know if I hit it. I didn't stay to find out. I grabbed Mike. I couldn't leave him there, even if it wasn't really him anymore, and somehow made it back to my car. I drove for hours, expecting at any moment to see that tall figure in my rearview mirror. When I finally stopped at a motel hundreds of miles away, I remembered the camera. It was still clutched in my hand, the strap wrapped so tightly around my wrist it had cut into the skin. There were photos already developed in the back compartment, 3 of them. They showed Ryan, Mike, and me tied to trees. We were unconscious, bloody, and draped around us, its limbs too long and bent at impossible angles, was the creature, its face split in what I can only describe as a grin. The date stamped on the photos was 3 days before we had ever arrived at Ledgeview. Mike's body disappeared from my car while I was checking into the motel, just gone, with black smears on the seat, the only evidence he'd been there at all. I moved across the country after that, changed my name, got rid of all my social media, but sometimes I still hear clicking at night, like bone against wood, and I can't shake the feeling that I didn't escape at all, that maybe I brought something back with me, something that's just waiting for the right moment, or maybe the truth is even worse. Those photos were dated before we ever went to Ledgeview. So what if we never left? What if everything since then, my life, my job, this new identity, is just something it's showing me while I'm still tied to that tree? I keep the camera with me. I don't know why. Maybe as proof that I'm not crazy. Maybe because I'm afraid of what might happen if I try to destroy it. All I know is that there's still one unexposed film left inside, and sometimes I catch myself wanting to use it to see what it might show. Story 12. I still can't get over what happened to me last Black Friday at Electronics Outlet. I've worked retail for almost 6 years now, and you see all kinds of weird stuff during the holiday rush, but nothing like this. I'm still looking over my shoulder when I close up shop, even though it's been 4 months. For context, I work at this small electronics store in Mapleton, not one of those big chains, just a local place that's been around forever. We're in this older strip mall, sandwiched between a pizza place and what used to be a video rental store, but is now some kind of vape shop. Our store isn't huge, maybe 40 feet wide by 60 feet deep, with a stockroom in the back. It's a decent job, the owner's pretty chill, and the pay is okay for retail. Black Friday is always complete chaos for us. We don't have the budget for those doorbuster TVs like the big box stores, but we run decent sales on phones, tablets, speakers, that kind of stuff. People line up early, not like Best Buy early, but we usually have 15 or 20 people waiting when we open. This particular Black Friday, I had the opening shift with Jeff, who's been there a couple years longer than me. I got to the store around 5:30 in the morning. It was still dark out, freezing cold, typical late November in our area. We were scheduled to open at 6, an hour earlier than normal for the event. I remember feeling extra tired because I'd been at my sister's place for Thanksgiving the night before, and her kids kept everyone up until almost midnight. I'd had maybe 4 hours of sleep and was running on gas station coffee, which was making my stomach hurt worse than it was helping me wake up. Jeff was already there when I arrived, getting the registers set up. He's in his 30s, kinda quiet guy with 3 kids and a perpetually stressed out look. But he knows his stuff and doesn't slack off, which I appreciate during rushes. "Morning, Michael," he said when I walked in. "Ready for the circus?" I just grunted something and went to help him finish prepping. We spent the next 20 minutes counting the tills, making sure all the display models were working, and unlocking the high-value merchandise from the overnight safes. Through the front windows, I could see the line starting to form. Mostly middle-aged people clutching coffee cups and looking half asleep. At exactly 6, Jeff unlocked the doors and the first wave came in. It wasn't trampling each other chaotic like you see on those viral videos, but busy enough that both of us were constantly helping customers for the first hour or so. I was bouncing between ringing people up and answering questions about whether some off-brand Bluetooth speaker was just as good as a Bose. It's not, but I have to be diplomatic. Around 7:30, things finally slowed down a bit. We'd cleared most of the opening rush, and there was a steady but manageable flow of customers. That's when I noticed something off. I was helping this older lady decide between two different tablet cases when I caught movement from the corner of my eye. Someone was walking into our back room, the employee-only area where we keep extra stock, the safe, and our personal belongings. The door should have been locked. What caught my attention wasn't just that someone was going in there, it was how they were moving. Not sneaking exactly, but deliberate, like they knew exactly where they were going. And they definitely weren't an employee. I only got a quick look, but it was a large guy, probably 6'2" or 6'3", wearing a dark jacket with the hood up. I quickly finished with the customer and told Jeff I needed to check something in the back. He nodded, focused on helping some teenager with headphones. The back room door was slightly ajar when I got there, which was definitely wrong. I pushed it open slowly and flipped on the lights. Our back room isn't huge, maybe 15 by 20 feet, with metal shelving units full of inventory, a small desk with our scheduling calendar and some paperwork, and hooks where we hang our coats. There's also a back door that leads to the alley behind the strip mall where deliveries come in. I didn't see anyone immediately, which confused me. The room isn't big enough to hide in unless you're really trying, and there are only two ways out, the door I came in through or the back exit. "Hello? Anyone back here?" I called out, feeling stupid as soon as I did it. If someone was hiding, they weren't going to answer. I checked behind the shelves quickly and then noticed the back door was unlocked. I could have sworn we'd locked it after the morning delivery. I looked outside briefly, just an empty alley with some dumpsters from the surrounding businesses. Whoever it was must have slipped out this way. I locked the door, double-checking it this time, and went back to the sales floor. I pulled Jeff aside when I could. "Hey, did you let anyone into the back room?" I asked him. "No, why would I?" He looked confused. "I've been out here the whole time." I explained what I'd seen, and he frowned. "Probably just someone confused looking for a bathroom. You're sure they went out the back?" "Must have," I said. No one was back there when I checked, and the door was unlocked. Jeff looked concerned but shrugged it off. "I'll keep an eye on the back door." What was he doing? "Just standing there, looking at our inventory." He bolted when he saw me. "Should we call the cops?" Jeff asked. I hesitated. Nothing had been stolen as far as I could tell, and what would we even say? Some guy was in our back room twice but ran away. The police in Mapleton aren't exactly known for their rapid response to non-emergencies, especially on Black Friday. "Let's check if anything's missing first," I suggested, "and I'll tell Ben when he comes in at noon." "Ben's our manager." Jeff nodded. "I'll keep watching the sales floor. Go check the inventory." I went back to the stockroom feeling uneasy. The place suddenly seemed more cramped and shadowy than usual, despite the fluorescent lights. We keep a lot of extra stock back there, especially during the holidays. Boxes stacked almost to the ceiling in some places. I started checking our high-value items first: laptops, tablets, premium headphones. Nothing seemed disturbed or missing. The safe was locked, our personal belongings untouched. It made no sense. If this guy wasn't stealing, what was he doing? As I was counting boxes of wireless earbuds, I got this crawling sensation on the back of my neck. You know that feeling when you just know someone is watching you? It was exactly like that, but 10 times stronger. I froze, listening. The stockroom has this constant background hum from the building's HVAC system, but underneath that, I swear I heard breathing. Not loud, just the subtle sound of someone trying very hard to breathe quietly. I slowly turned around, and my blood turned to ice. There he was, the same man, standing between me and the door to the sales floor. He must have been hiding behind the stacked boxes of printers in the corner. How long had he been there? Had he never left after I chased him earlier? The thought made my skin crawl. He was even bigger up close, easily 6'3", broad shoulders under that dark hoodie. His face is what haunts me the most, pale, with deep-set eyes that just watched. No expression at all. Not angry, not scared, just intensely focused on me. I took a step back, bumping into the shelving unit behind me. "What do you want?" My voice came out higher than I intended. He didn't respond. Instead, he took a step toward me, then another. Slow, deliberate steps. I glanced around desperately for something to defend myself with. We had box cutters somewhere, but I couldn't remember where. My phone was in my pocket, but even if I could call for help, who would get here in time? "Jeff!" I shouted, hoping he could hear me through the door. The man didn't react to my shout. He just kept advancing, one slow step at a time. I was cornered between inventory shelves with nowhere to go. Just as I was about to make a desperate move, either try to shove past him or grab something to use as a weapon, the door to the sales floor swung open. Jeff stood there, looking concerned. "Everything okay? I thought I heard—" Jeff stopped mid-sentence when he saw the man. The stranger's head snapped toward Jeff, and for just a moment, something flashed across his face. Annoyance? Frustration? Then he bolted for the back door, moving with shocking speed for someone his size. He slammed into the push bar, and before either of us could react, he was gone. Jeff and I looked at each other in disbelief before he ran to the back door. By the time we got outside, there was no sign of the man in either direction of the alley. "What the hell was that?" Jeff asked, breathing hard. "Who was that? Guy?" I shook my head, my heart still pounding. "I don't know, but he was hiding in there. He must have been there the whole time after I saw him the second time." We went back inside, locked the door, and did a thorough search of the stockroom, making sure no one else was hiding. Jeff wanted to call the police right away, but I insisted we check if anything was missing first. After a complete inventory count, we confirmed nothing had been stolen, not even small items that would be easy to pocket. That's what makes it so much worse. If he was a thief, I could understand that. But this guy wasn't there to steal. He was there for something else. The way he was advancing toward me when I was alone, that blank expression, the deliberate way he moved. I can't shake the feeling that if Jeff hadn't walked in when he did, something terrible would have happened. We did end up filing a police report, but without anything stolen and no clear images on our crappy security cameras, which only cover the sales floor anyway, they basically just took down the information and said they'd keep an eye out. Real reassuring. Ben, our manager, was concerned enough to have the locks changed on both doors to the stockroom. He also implemented a new rule that no one works in the back alone anymore. It's been 4 months, and I still get anxious whenever I have to go into that stockroom. I keep thinking about how long that man must have been hiding there, just feet away from me, watching and waiting. And for what? That's the question that keeps me up at night. I've started looking for a new job. I can't shake the feeling that he might come back. Worst of all, I can't stop wondering, what if Jeff hadn't walked in when he did? Story 13. I still get chills thinking about what happened to me at that business conference in Ridgefield back in 2019. It's been almost 4 years, but I can't shake the feeling of being watched. I've never told this story outside my close circle because it sounds like paranoia, but I know what I experienced was real. I work in marketing for a tech company, and that October, Our whole team went to this 3-day conference downtown. There were 10 of us staying at this fancy hotel that was connected to a massive shopping mall. The kind where you can walk directly from the hotel lobby into the mall without going outside. Friday had been exhausting. Workshops from 8 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon. My brain was fried, but everyone else wanted to hit the hotel bar. I'm not much of a drinker, and I figured I could use the chance to browse the mall instead. It was around 6 when I told my coworkers I'd catch them later and headed into the shopping center. The mall was busy at first, lots of people getting off work and doing some shopping. I wasn't looking for anything specific, just wanted to wander around and decompress after being in conference rooms all day. I grabbed a coffee from the food court and browsed through a few clothing stores. I remember checking my phone around 8:30 and realizing most stores would be closing at 9. I decided to make one last stop at this bath product store to get some fancy soaps for my mom before heading back. That's when I first noticed him. I was browsing through the sales section when I got that feeling, you know the one, like someone was staring at me. I glanced up and saw this guy standing near the entrance, completely bald, wearing a black hoodie and jeans. Nothing too unusual about his appearance, but something about him immediately made me uneasy. He wasn't browsing products. He was just standing there, looking in my direction. I tried to ignore him and continued shopping, but every time I looked up, he was still watching me. When I went to check out, he moved to stand near a display closer to the register. I convinced myself I was being paranoid. Maybe he was waiting for someone shopping in the store. But when I left, he left too, right behind me. The mall was nearly empty by now. Most stores were closing, shutting their security gates. The bright overhead lights made the place feel strangely exposed, with fewer people around to blend in with. I decided to head back to the hotel and picked up my pace a little. I took a left toward the main corridor, and so did he, still keeping about 30 feet behind me. I told myself there was nothing weird about someone walking in the same direction. The hotel connection was at the end of this wing after all. To test my theory, I deliberately made a random turn into a department store that I knew had multiple exits. I walked through the women's section, past the makeup counters, and out a different door. He followed, the exact same path. My heart started racing. I walked faster, and he walked faster. I slowed down, pretending to look at a window display, and he stopped too, pretending to check his phone. By now, most of the shops had closed. There were maybe a dozen people scattered throughout this wing of the mall, mostly employees heading out after their shifts. I spotted a security guard near the food court and considered saying something. But what would I say? This guy is walking in the same direction as me. I figured I was overreacting and decided to head straight for the hotel. I cut through what was left of the food court, walking briskly past the few remaining diners. The hotel entrance was visible now, maybe 100 yards ahead. I glanced back and my stomach dropped. The bald man had picked up his pace and was getting closer. I started walking even faster, nearly jogging now. The entrance to the hotel was just ahead, and I rushed through the doors into the lobby. It was busy with conference attendees milling around. I headed straight for the elevator, pressing the button repeatedly. I looked back and saw him entering the hotel. Our eyes met for a second, and there was something cold there that made my skin crawl. The elevator dinged and I stepped inside, frantically pressing the close door button. The man was moving quickly across the lobby now, directly toward me. He was maybe 15 feet away when the doors finally started to close. 10 feet, 5 feet. The doors shut just as he reached them. I heard a thump like he'd hit the door with his hand. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. I pressed the button for the 8th floor, then impulsively hit several other floor buttons too, thinking if he took the next elevator, he wouldn't know which floor I'd gotten off on. When I reached my floor, I practically ran to my room, fumbling with the key card. Once inside, I locked the door, put on the security chain, and even pushed a chair against the handle. I called my coworker Erin, who I was closest with on the team. She answered from the bar downstairs, and I quickly told her what happened. She offered to come up, but I told her I was fine, just shaken. About an hour later, Erin called me back. She said she'd been leaving the bar to check on me when she noticed the same man I'd described, bald, black hoodie, jeans, sitting alone in the hotel lobby. She said he wasn't drinking anything or talking to anyone, just sitting there watching the elevators. She spoke to the front desk, who confirmed he wasn't a registered guest. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept imagining him somehow getting into my room. The next morning, I didn't want to leave, but we had another full day of conference sessions. I met several co-workers for breakfast, and we all walked to the conference center together. I told them about the guy, and they agreed to stick with me for the day. After the morning sessions ended at noon, a few of us decided to grab lunch at the mall food court. The mall was packed with Saturday shoppers, and I felt safer with all the people around. We found a table and were eating when I glanced up and froze. He was there, the same bald man, in the same black hoodie, standing near one of the food vendors, staring directly at me. "That's him," I whispered to my co-workers. My friend Mark turned to look, but by then the man had disappeared into the crowd. They thought I might be seeing things, but I knew better. After lunch, the others had to get back to the conference, but I had a breakout session that had been canceled. I decided to use the time to buy a portable phone charger I needed, figuring the crowded mall was safe enough. Big mistake. I'd just left the electronics store when I spotted him again, about 40 feet away, moving parallel to me down the main corridor. I quickly ducked into a busy clothing store, weaving through racks of clothes and shoppers. When I emerged from the other side of the store, I looked back and didn't see him. Relief washed over me for about 30 seconds, until I turned around and nearly walked right into him. He was standing directly in my path, just staring at me with this empty expression. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. "What do you want?" I managed to ask, trying to sound firm despite my voice shaking. He didn't answer, just continued staring at me with those dead eyes. A group of teenagers walked between us, momentarily blocking my view of him. I used that chance to turn and rush in the opposite direction, pulling out my phone to call Erin. As I was dialing, I glanced back and didn't see him. I made another quick turn toward the center of the mall, where there were more people. I reached a large open area with a fountain where a bunch of mall-goers were sitting. I stopped to catch my breath and scan my surroundings. No sign of him. Erin didn't answer her phone. She was probably in a session with her phone off. I decided to head back to the hotel through the main entrance rather than the side corridor I'd used yesterday. More people that way. As I approached the main mall entrance that led to the hotel, I spotted something that made me almost cry with relief. 2 police officers standing near the doors, talking to a mall security guard. I hurried toward them, planning to tell them everything, when I stopped dead in my tracks. Standing about 20 feet from the officers was the bald man. He was watching me, but when he noticed I'd seen the police, something changed in his expression. For the first time, he looked uncertain. I continued walking toward the officers, never taking my eyes off him. When I got closer to the police, the man turned as if to leave. That's when one of the officers noticed him and called out. I couldn't hear what was said, but the bald man stopped. I approached the officers and quickly explained the situation. How this man had followed me through the mall yesterday, waited in the hotel lobby despite not being a guest, and had been following me again today. The officers took my statement while keeping an eye on the man, who remained standing where he was, now looking at the floor. One officer went over to him while the other stayed with me. I watched as they spoke to him, checked his ID, and then appeared to be questioning him more intensely. After about 15 minutes, I saw them escort him toward the mall exit. The officer who stayed with me explained they were removing him from the premises and would be issuing a trespass warning. They asked if I wanted to file a formal complaint, but without him actually threatening me verbally or physically, there wasn't much more they could do. I returned to the hotel with a security escort and spent the rest of the day in conference sessions, surrounded by co-workers. We left Ridgefield the next morning, and I've never been so happy to go home. Sometimes I still think about what might have happened if those elevator doors hadn't closed in time, or if the mall hadn't been so crowded that Saturday, or if those police officers hadn't been there. The scariest part, I never found out who he was or what he wanted. The police didn't share his information with me. All I know is that for those 2 days, I was being hunted by a complete stranger who was willing to wait hours just watching for me. Sometimes I still check over my shoulder in malls or hotels, half expecting to see that bald head and empty stare following me again. Story 14. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me back in 2011. I've spent years trying to make sense of it, but some experiences just defy explanation. I'm finally sharing this because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. It was late March when I decided I couldn't stay in Gulf Breeze anymore. I was 23, feeling trapped in my hometown, and something was pulling me west. I can't explain it better than that. Just an overwhelming urge that I needed to go. I didn't plan much. I just threw some clothes in a bag, grabbed my laptop, and took off in my old light blue Oldsmobile Delta 88 without telling my parents much except that I was heading west. I know that was selfish, but I felt like I didn't have a choice. I didn't own a cell phone back then, couldn't afford one, and honestly didn't want to be tracked. Freedom was what I craved. I had about $2,000 saved up from my job at the hardware store, and I figured that would get me wherever I needed to go. The first couple weeks on the road were uneventful. I drove through Alabama, Mississippi, across Texas, taking my time. I slept in cheap motels or sometimes in my car at rest stops. I jotted down an itinerary as I went. Denver seemed interesting, then maybe California afterward. I wasn't in any hurry, just following whatever felt right. By late April, I found myself drawn toward Arizona. I hadn't planned to visit the Grand Canyon initially, but the closer I got, the more I felt pulled toward it. It's hard to describe, like some invisible thread was tugging me there. I arrived at the South Rim around April 28th. The first day, I just did what all the tourists do. Parked at the visitor center, walked along the rim trail, took in the views. The canyon was more breathtaking than I'd imagined. Standing at Mather Point that first afternoon, looking out at those endless layers of red rock stretching to the horizon, I felt something shift inside me. Like the canyon was somehow recognizing me, acknowledging my presence. I know that sounds crazy. I slept in my car that night in the parking lot. The next morning, I woke before sunrise and hiked back to the rim to watch the canyon change colors as daylight spread across it. I spent the whole day just wandering the trails, taking it all in. I felt more peaceful than I had in years. On the third day, May 1st, everything changed. I woke up feeling strange, like the air was somehow heavier. When I stepped out of my car that morning, the parking lot was nearly empty. Just a handful of cars despite it being around 8 in the morning. That should have been my first warning that something was off. I decided to hike to a less crowded viewpoint. I filled my water bottle, grabbed a granola bar, and started walking east along the rim trail. The sky was perfectly clear, not a cloud in sight, but something about the light felt wrong, too sharp, too bright. As I walked, I noticed there were hardly any other tourists around, which was weird for the Grand Canyon in spring. After about 40 minutes of walking, I reached a spot where the trail curved around an outcropping. I stepped closer to the edge to look down into the canyon, and that's when I noticed the silence. Complete, absolute silence. No wind, no distant voices, no birds, nothing. I clapped my hands just to hear something, and the sound seemed to drop dead in the air, like it couldn't travel. My heart started beating faster. I turned to head back to the main area, but the trail behind me looked different. The vegetation seemed more sparse, the colors slightly off. I told myself I was just dehydrated and took a long drink of water. As I walked back, I felt like I was being watched. I kept looking over my shoulder, but there was never anyone there. Just the empty trail and the vast canyon beyond. The silence grew more oppressive with each step. When I reached what should have been a popular viewpoint with a railing, there was nothing there. No railing, no paved path, just the natural edge of the canyon. I started to panic, thinking I must have wandered off the trail somehow, but that was impossible. I'd been following it directly. I pulled out my park map, but it didn't match what I was seeing. Landmarks that should have been visible weren't there. Features of the canyon looked subtly altered. A spire that should have been on the right was on the left. Colors of rock layers seemed inverted in places. The sun was directly overhead now, but it didn't feel like midday. The quality of light was like late afternoon, long shadows stretching where they shouldn't be. My watch said 12:15, but it felt wrong. I decided to cut directly back toward the visitor center rather than following the trail. I could see the parking area in the distance, maybe a mile away. As I walked, sweat pouring down my back despite the cool air, I noticed footprints on the ground. My footprints from earlier. But they were going in impossible directions, some leading right toward the canyon edge where I know I never walked. About halfway back to the parking lot, I spotted someone in the distance, the first person I'd seen in hours. I called out and waved, relief flooding through me. The figure stopped and seemed to look in my direction but didn't wave back. As I got closer, I realized they were standing incredibly still, not moving at all, just watching me. They were too far away to make out clearly, just a dark silhouette against the bright sky. I called out again, but they remained motionless. Something about their stillness made the hair on my arms stand up. I changed direction slightly, giving them a wider berth. When I looked again, they were gone, just vanished. I spun around, searching, but there was nowhere they could have gone so quickly. The landscape was open in all directions. My hands were shaking now. I practically ran the rest of the way to the parking lot, but when I got there, it wasn't the same lot. It was my car, my light blue Oldsmobile, sitting alone in what looked like an older, unpaved version of the visitor center parking area. The modern building was gone, replaced by what looked like a much older, smaller structure. I approached my car cautiously. Everything about it looked normal. The dent in the rear fender, my Florida license plate, even the parking ticket on the windshield. But when I tried to open the door, my key wouldn't fit in the lock. It was as if the lock had been slightly altered. That's when I noticed the silence had been replaced by a low humming sound, like electricity running through power lines, but much deeper, more resonant. It seemed to be coming from the canyon itself. When I turned to look, the view had changed again. The canyon looked wrong. The scale seemed off, distances impossible to judge. Some rock formations appeared much closer than they should be, others much farther away. The humming grew louder, and I felt pressure building in my ears. The air started to shimmer, like heat waves rising from hot pavement, but it wasn't hot. If anything, it was getting colder by the second. My breath fogged in front of my face. I backed away from my car, planning to find a ranger, when I noticed more footprints in the dust, dozens of them, all identical to my shoe print, all converging on this spot from different directions. It was as if multiple versions of me had walked here from every possible approach. The humming peaked, becoming painful. I covered my ears and looked up to see that the sky had changed color, not blue anymore, but a deep purplish gray, like twilight, even though my watch still said it was early afternoon. And then I saw them, standing at the edge of the canyon rim, maybe 100 yards away, were silhouettes, 7 or 8 human-shaped figures, completely still, all facing me. They were too distant to make out any features, just black shapes against the weird purple sky. I started backing away, and they all moved in perfect unison, taking a single step forward. I turned to run, and that's when everything went sideways. Literally, the whole world tilted. The ground under my feet remained solid, but visually everything rotated about 45 degrees. The canyon was now on my left instead of in front of me. The silhouettes were still there, still watching, perfectly oriented to the new angle of reality. I was beyond terrified now, beyond rational thought. I ran blindly, no longer caring which direction, just away from those watching figures. The humming had become a roar. The ground under my feet didn't feel solid anymore. Each step sank slightly, like walking on a waterbed. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to stretch and compress randomly. The light kept changing, bright to dim to bright again in irregular pulses. At some point I tripped and fell hard. When I looked up, I was somehow back at Mather Point, the real one, with tourists and railings and normal afternoon sunlight. People were looking at me strangely as I scrambled to my feet. A ranger approached and asked if I was okay. I must have looked terrible, covered in dust, wild-eyed, gasping for breath. I couldn't explain what had happened. I just asked what day it was. May 3rd, he told me. I'd lost 2 days somehow. My car was where I'd left it originally, with a new parking ticket for exceeding the time limit. Everything inside was exactly as I'd left it. My clothes, my laptop, my handwritten itinerary, with Denver and California destinations I'd never reach. I got in my car and drove, straight east, not stopping until I was hundreds of miles away. I never went back west after that. I never told my parents what happened. How could I? I don't even know what happened. Sometimes I still have dreams about those silhouettes watching me, all moving in perfect synchronization. In the dreams, I can almost make out their features, but I always wake up before I see their faces. Maybe that's a mercy. I've read about other disappearances at the Grand Canyon since then. Sometimes I wonder if they experienced what I did, but couldn't find their way back to whatever this reality is. I wonder if somewhere, in some version of the Grand Canyon, There are still footprints converging on an old parking lot, and a version of me still running from something I'll never understand. Story 15. I still get a sick feeling in my stomach when I think about what happened last March. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family and the police, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe writing it down will help me stop replaying it in my head every night before I fall asleep. I was working at Hollister, changing the store name for privacy, at Westfield Mall. It wasn't my dream job by any means, but the employee discount was decent, and most of my co-workers were cool. I'd been there about 8 months, usually working afternoon shifts after my morning classes at community college. Our store was set up like most mall clothing stores: main sales floor, fitting rooms in the back left corner, and an employee-only area through a door marked Employees Only at the back right. That employee area had a narrow hallway leading to a small stockroom, a tiny office, and our break room. The break room was just a glorified closet with a mini fridge, microwave, small table, and 2 chairs. The whole back area was completely cut off from the main store, which normally didn't bother me. That day, March 15th, was unusually slow. Like dead slow. I remember checking the time constantly because the minutes were crawling by. My co-worker Darla had called in sick, so it was just me and one other girl, Jessica, on the floor. Our manager, Christine, typically split her time between our store and another one across the mall, so she wasn't around most of the day. Around 2 in the afternoon, I was organizing a display near the front when my phone buzzed in my pocket. We weren't supposed to check our phones on the floor, but with only one customer browsing, an older woman who'd been holding the same shirt for like 20 minutes, I snuck a peek. It was a text from Christine. "Emily, take your break now. Need you to check inventory in break room." I remember thinking it was weird for a few reasons. First, Christine never texted me directly about breaks. That was usually coordinated with whoever else was working. Second, we didn't keep inventory sheets in the break room. They were in the office. And third, the timing was off. I normally took my break around 3, not 2, but Christine could be moody sometimes, and I figured maybe she was coming by to check on things and wanted me out of the way, or maybe there was a delivery I didn't know about. Whatever. I told Jessica I was taking my break and headed to the back. The employee door always made this loud click when it shut behind you, and I remember that sound distinctly, the moment it separated me from the safety of the public area. The hallway was dimly lit as usual, with that flickering fluorescent light we'd been asking maintenance to fix for weeks. When I got to the break room, I pushed the door open and flicked on the light. The room was empty. No inventory sheets, no delivery, nothing unusual. I stood there for a second, confused, when I heard a sound behind me. I turned around and my heart literally stopped for a second. A man was standing in the doorway. Not Christine, not anyone I recognized. Large man, like really big, at least 6'3", heavy build, probably in his 30s or 40s. He was wearing jeans and a dark hoodie pulled up, making it hard to see his face clearly. But I could see enough to know he wasn't a maintenance worker or mall employee. For a split second, my brain tried to make sense of it. Was he lost? A delivery guy? But deep down, I knew immediately something was very wrong. The way he stood there, blocking the doorway completely, just staring at me without saying anything, it was predatory. "Excuse me, you can't be back here," I said, trying to sound authoritative despite my voice shaking. "This is employees only." He didn't respond. He just kept staring, and then took a step toward me. "Who are you? What do you want?" My voice was higher now, that panicky pitch you get when your body realizes you're in danger before your mind fully processes it. He took another step, still silent. His face, I'll never forget the expression, completely blank except for his eyes, which were focused on me with this intense, determined look. I backed up until I hit the table. The break room was tiny, maybe 8 by 10 feet, and he was blocking the only exit. My mind was racing through options. Jessica was all the way at the front of the store. If I screamed, would she even hear me? The music playing in the store was pretty loud. Could I squeeze past him? No way. He was huge and filling the door frame. He took another step. I was cornered now, trapped between the table and the wall. That's when I noticed the fire alarm on the wall next to the microwave. Without thinking twice, I lunged for it and pulled it down as hard as I could. The shrieking alarm was deafening in that small room. Bright strobe lights started flashing from the ceiling. The man's expression instantly changed from that eerily calm stare to shock and then rage. "What the fuck are you doing?" he shouted over the alarm. They were the first words he'd spoken. I didn't answer. I was pressed against the wall, shaking, watching him. For a second, I thought he might still come at me despite the alarm, but then he turned and bolted down the hallway. I stayed frozen for maybe 30 seconds, which felt like an eternity, before I managed to make my legs work again. I cautiously peeked out into the hallway, empty, then ran back to the main floor. The store was already emptying as customers responded to the alarm. Jessica looked confused when she saw me. "What's happening? Is there really a fire?" I couldn't even speak properly. I just grabbed her arm and pulled her outside with me, joining the crowd of confused shoppers gathering in front of the mall. About 15 minutes later, mall security had determined there was no fire, and people started heading back inside. That's when I saw Christine rushing toward us, looking panicked. "Are you guys okay? What happened?" she asked. I was still shaking. "You didn't text me to go to the break room?" Her face scrunched up in confusion. "What? No. I've been at the other store all morning. I lost my phone earlier. I've been looking everywhere for it." That's when everything clicked into place, and a whole new wave of terror washed over me. This person, whoever he was, had Christine's phone. He had texted me specifically to lure me to the most isolated part of the store. We immediately went to mall security and then called the police. They took my statement and reviewed the security footage. The cameras showed a man matching my description entering the store about 10 minutes before I got the text. He wandered around briefly before slipping into the back when no one was watching. There were no cameras in the employee area itself. The footage also showed him running out of the store when the alarm went off. He had his hood up the whole time and kept his head down, making it hard to get a clear image of his face. Christine's phone was found later that day in a flower pot near one of the mall entrances. The police checked it, but whoever had it had deleted the text sent to me and had worn gloves, leaving no fingerprints. The cops said he likely targeted me specifically. He'd been watching the store, noticed our manager was gone, saw that we were understaffed, and waited for an opportunity. He might have overheard my name or seen my name tag. The thought that he'd been observing me, planning this, makes me feel sick. I quit that job the next day, couldn't bear the thought of going back. I transferred to online classes for the rest of the semester. For weeks, I couldn't be alone anywhere, not even in public bathrooms. I'm still in therapy trying to process everything. The worst part is not knowing who he was or what he wanted. I mean, I know what he probably wanted. The break room was soundproof, isolated with no windows. No one would have heard anything, but I'll never know for sure, and somehow that makes it harder to move past. The police never caught him. They think he might have been responsible for similar incidents at other malls in the area, but without a clear image, they couldn't connect the cases definitively. Sometimes I still get random texts from numbers I don't recognize, and my heart stops until I verify who it's from. I changed my number, but that fear doesn't go away easily. I keep thinking about what would have happened if I hadn't pulled that fire alarm. If I had frozen completely instead of reacting. If the alarm hadn't been there, or if it hadn't worked. The break room was so far from the main floor, so isolated. No one would have come looking for me for at least 15 minutes, probably longer with how slow the store was that day. I know I got lucky, really lucky. But that doesn't stop the nightmares or the constant looking over my shoulder. I moved to a different city 3 months ago, partly for a new job, but mostly to escape the memories. It helps being somewhere new, but I still check the locks twice before bed. So if you ever get a text from a coworker or boss asking you to go somewhere isolated, even if it seems completely normal, double check. Call them. Verify. It might feel paranoid, but trust me, being paranoid is better than the alternative. I still wonder if he's out there watching other retail workers, looking for another opportunity, another isolated back room. That thought keeps me up at night more than anything else. Story 16. I still remember the taste of that cherry slushie. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I can feel the cold plastic cup in my hand, the condensation making my fingers sticky. It was a Friday night around 8:30, and I'd stopped at Miller's Corner Shop on my way home from work. I was exhausted after pulling a double shift at the salon, but I'd promised myself a treat. Stupid, really, how something so small can change everything. The parking lot was nearly empty, just my car and an old blue van parked at the far end. I remember thinking it looked out of place, kind of beat up compared to the usual cars in our neighborhood. I even made a mental note of the rust spot on the driver's door. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but now those details are burned into my brain. I don't remember the actual abduction. Just walking out of the shop, sipping my slushie, and then nothing. A blank space where memories should be. The doctor said it was probably a combination of the drugs he gave me and my brain protecting itself from trauma. Small mercies, I guess. When I woke up, the cherry taste was gone, replaced by something medicinal and bitter. My mouth was so dry it hurt to swallow, and my head felt like it was splitting open. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Damp earth and something else, something moldy and rotten. I tried to move my hands to rub my eyes, but they wouldn't budge. Thick zip ties cut into my wrists, already raw and bleeding from where I must have struggled while unconscious. The room was almost completely dark, just a thin line of light seeping under what I assumed was a door. A cellar. I was in a cellar. The floor beneath me was cold concrete, and the walls, I couldn't see them, but I could feel the damp seeping through my clothes where I leaned against one. I tried to scream, but all that came out was a pathetic croak. My throat was too dry, and I was too weak. That first day, at least I think it was a day, time stopped making sense pretty quickly. I just sat there, drifting in and out of consciousness. I'd wake up terrified, heart racing, then slip back into darkness. Sometimes I'd hear noises from above, footsteps, the creak of floorboards, faint music. Normal, everyday sounds that became terrifying because of where I was hearing them from. He came down eventually. I heard keys jangling, then the scrape of metal against metal as he unlocked the door. Light flooded in, blinding me momentarily. When my eyes adjusted, I saw him for the first time. That's the thing that still haunts me, how utterly ordinary he looked. Medium height, average build, brown hair neatly combed. He wore khakis and a button-down shirt, like he'd just come from an office job. The only unusual thing was the surgical mask covering the lower half of his face. Not a COVID mask, but an actual medical one, like doctors wear during surgery. He didn't say anything at first, just stood there looking at me, clipboard in hand. Then he walked over, set down a plastic bottle of water, and made a note on his clipboard. I begged him to let me go, told him my name was Sarah, that people would be looking for me, that I had family who loved me. He didn't react at all, just kept writing. It was like I wasn't even human to him, just a specimen to observe. That's when I started calling him the caretaker in my head. Not because he took care of me, God no, but because there was something so clinical about how he approached me. Like I was some kind of lab rat he had to maintain. After checking something off on his clipboard, he cut the zip ties from my wrists. I thought maybe he was letting me go, but instead, he immediately replaced them with these weird metal cuffs connected by a long chain. Enough slack that I could move around the cellar, but not enough to reach the door when it was closed. He pushed the water bottle toward me and then just left, locked the door behind him. I drank the water, even though I was terrified it might be drugged. I was too thirsty not to. It wasn't drugged, at least not that time, just water. But that's how it started, him controlling everything. When I could drink, when I could eat, when the lights would be on or off. The cellar was bigger than I initially thought, about 15 feet square, with a bucket in one corner that was obviously meant to be my bathroom. There was a thin, filthy mattress against one wall, a small table, and a chair. The walls were stone and mortar, and the ceiling was crisscrossed with pipes and wires. A single bulb hung from the center, controlled by a switch outside the door. It was day 3, I think, when I noticed the tally marks. They were scratched into the mortar between the stones, hundreds of them, in groups of 5. Someone else had been counting days down here. I felt a wave of nausea as I realized I wasn't his first. When I looked closer at the walls, I found more evidence. A fingernail embedded in the mortar, bits of thread caught in cracks, a tiny silver earring wedged between stones. The caretaker had a routine. He'd come down twice a day, always wearing that surgical mask. He'd bring food, usually something simple like a sandwich or cold soup, and check things off on his clipboard. Sometimes he'd give me tasks, transcribing pages from medical journals, solving puzzles, or arranging objects in specific patterns. If I refused, he'd shut off the light and leave me in total darkness for what felt like days. I tried to escape once, early on. I'd been working on weakening one of the chain links using the edge of the metal table. When it finally broke, I waited behind the door for him to come down. I managed to hit him with the chair, but he was stronger than he looked. He overpowered me easily, sedated me with something from a small kit he carried, and when I woke up, the chains were shorter and secured to a bolt in the floor. That's when I found the note. After he left, I dragged myself back to the mattress and found a small piece of paper tucked into a tear in the fabric. The handwriting was shaky, desperate. Survival depends on obedience. The more you fight, the worse it gets. Learn his patterns. Wait for him to make a mistake. It was signed with just an initial, M. So I became obedient. I did his stupid tasks. I ate the food. I answered his occasional questions with as little emotion as possible. I was trying to become boring to him, hoping he'd let his guard down. Meanwhile, I studied everything. The timing of his visits, the sounds from upstairs, the way the light changed through the tiny window near the ceiling. The window was my only way to track time. It was too small to escape through, barely bigger than my hand, and covered with both glass and metal mesh. But I could tell day from night, and I started making my own tally marks, scratching them into the stone with a loose nail I'd found under the mattress. The worst part wasn't the physical discomfort or the fear, it was the psychological games. He'd leave the light on for days, making sleep nearly impossible, then plunge me into darkness for equally long periods. Sometimes he'd bring down a radio and leave it playing static, just loud enough that I couldn't ignore it. Other times, he'd come down wearing different clothes, or at different times, disrupting the patterns I'd come to rely on. Once, he brought down a Polaroid camera and took pictures of me. Just stood there, documenting my deterioration like I was some kind of science project. Click, whir, wait. Click, whir, wait. He pinned the photos to a corkboard on the wall, a visual timeline of my captivity. I could see myself getting thinner, my eyes growing more hollow, my skin paler. It was like watching myself disappear. Around what I think was the 3-week mark, I got sick, really sick, high fever, vomiting, shaking, probably from the unsanitary conditions and poor diet. I thought he'd just let me die, but instead, his behavior changed. He brought me medicine, clean blankets, even soup that was actually hot. He checked on me more frequently, taking my temperature and making notes. There was this weird tenderness to how he cared for me, and somehow that was more terrifying than his clinical detachment. When I recovered, he brought me a reward, a paperback book, some thriller about a detective chasing a killer. The irony wasn't lost on me, but I read it cover to cover, again and again, until I had entire passages memorized. It was the only entertainment I had besides my own thoughts, and those were becoming increasingly dark. I'm not sure exactly how long I was in that cellar. My tally mark said 47 days, but there were periods of unconsciousness I couldn't account for. The days blurred together in a haze of fear and monotony, but I remember exactly when everything changed. I was half asleep on the mattress when I heard shouting upstairs, not the usual muffled sounds of a TV or radio, but actual yelling. Something crashed, and then there were footsteps, frantic, rushing footsteps. The caretaker burst into the cellar looking completely different than I'd ever seen him. His mask was gone, revealing a thin-lipped mouth and stubbled chin. His clothes were rumpled, and he was sweating. Most importantly, he looked scared. He jabbed a needle into my arm before I could react. As the sedative took hold, I heard him muttering, have to move, they're too close." The last thing I remember was being wrapped in some kind of tarp. I woke up somewhere else entirely, an old cottage that smelled of dust and rotting apples. I was chained to a radiator, but the chain was longer, and, this was the strangest part, the front door was partially open. There was a broken window too, glass scattered across the floor. It looked like someone had left in a hurry. I could see trees through the door, an apple orchard. I could hear birds singing. After the cellar, it was overwhelming. I started screaming then, screaming until my voice gave out. Nobody came. I managed to drag the radiator far enough to reach the door, but I couldn't get any further. For 3 days, I survived on rainwater I collected in an old pot and apples I could reach from the doorway. A farmer found me. He was checking his property boundaries and heard me calling for help. I'll never forget the look on his face when he saw me, thin, filthy, chained to a radiator. He didn't ask questions, just called the police and sat with me until they arrived, keeping a respectful distance like he knew I couldn't handle anyone getting too close. At the hospital, they told me I'd been missing for almost 2 months. My family had been searching for me. My face had been on the news, There'd been candlelight vigils, all while I was in that cellar, 20 miles from my home. Detective Mills was the one who finally explained things. The caretaker hadn't abandoned me because he was done with me. He'd left in a hurry because they were closing in on him, not because of me, but because of his new victim, a man named Nolan who'd gone missing 2 weeks before I was found. The worst part? The caretaker was using me as his success story to terrorize Nolan. They found photos of me, my progression from fear to compliance, in Nolan's prison. Notes about how I'd adapted well and accepted my situation. He was using my suffering to break someone else's spirit. Despite everything, I worked with the police. I helped them locate the caretaker's new hideout, an old shack near the state park. They raided it while I waited at the station, heart pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. They rescued Nolan, beaten, traumatized, but alive. But the caretaker slipped away during the chaos, disappearing into the woods with just the clothes on his back and whatever he could carry. They almost had him. Detective Mills got close enough to see his face, to exchange words with him before he vanished among the trees. Close enough to confirm what I'd told them, that he looked so normal, so average, that he could be anyone. It's been 4 months now. I'm in a safe house, working with a trauma counselor, trying to put myself back together. The caretaker is still out there somewhere. Sometimes I wake up thinking I can smell that cellar, or hearing his footsteps on the stairs. But I'm not in that cellar anymore. I survived. Nolan survived. And maybe that's the victory. Not that we escaped physically, but that he didn't turn us into what he wanted. We're still human. We still have hope. I help the police when I can, reviewing case files of missing persons, looking for his patterns. I'm determined to help catch him, to make sure there are no more cellars, no more victims. I know he's still out there, but so am I. And I'm not the same person who walked out of Miller's corner shop with a cherry slushie that night. I'm stronger now. Broken in places, yes, but stronger in others. And I'm not alone anymore. Story 17. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened on Osceola Peak back in 1986. Not my ex-wife, not my therapist, not even my closest buddies at the Marshals Service. For 37 years I've carried this weight, telling myself it would fade with time. It hasn't. I was 32 then, 7 years into my career as a U.S. Marshal. Young, ambitious, still believing I could make a real difference. When they tapped me for the Ridgeway Task Force, I felt like I'd hit the big leagues. Raymond Ridgeway, the name still makes my skin crawl. The guy had murdered 11 people that we knew of, including 2 FBI agents in Montana. The brass wanted him bad, and they assembled what they called an elite multi-agency task force to bring him in. That morning in late October started like any other major operation. We gathered at the ranger station at 4 in the morning, 6 marshals, including myself, 4 FBI agents, 3 state troopers, and 2 local police officers who knew the terrain. 16 of us total, all heavily armed, wearing tactical gear and carrying enough supplies for 3 days in the wilderness. The weather forecast predicted clear skies, temperatures in the high 40s. The mission briefing was straightforward. Intelligence placed Ridgeway somewhere on Osceola Peak, a remote mountain near the Canadian border. To reach the base, we had to hike 10 miles through dense forest. The plan was to surround the mountain, work our way up, and flush him out. Special Agent Miller, the FBI team lead, kept repeating, "This guy's dangerous but cornered. He's got nowhere to run." Looking back, I wish we'd all just turned around and gone home. The hike to the mountain was uneventful. just the usual slog through rough terrain. We maintained radio silence, communicating only with hand signals. Around noon, we reached the base of Osceola Peak. That's when things started getting weird. First, it was the smell. Not decomposition exactly, more like ozone after a lightning strike, mixed with something metallic. Then we saw them. Birds. Dozens of dead birds scattered across the forest floor. Sparrows, jays, crows, just lying there. No visible injuries, no signs of struggle, just dead. "What the hell?" whispered Torres, a young deputy who joined the marshals just 2 years earlier. Miller knelt down and examined one of the birds, careful not to touch it. No bullet wounds, no signs of trauma. As we continued, we found more animals, squirrels, rabbits, even a few foxes, all dead, all appearing to have died suddenly. I remember Lopez, one of the state troopers, suggesting we call for backup, maybe get some environmental specialists out here. Miller shut that down fast. "The mission is Ridgeway. We can deal with whatever this is after we have him in custody." We should have listened to Lopez. The ascent was steep, and the terrain got rougher as we climbed. About halfway up, our radios started malfunctioning. First just static, then complete failure. Miller assured us it was just interference from the mountain's mineral composition. Standard procedure dictated we abort when communications failed, but no one wanted to be the one to call it off. Not with Ridgeway so close. Around 3 in the afternoon, the forest thinned out, and the temperature dropped noticeably. The sky above was clear, but somehow the air felt heavier, like just before a massive storm. My ears kept popping, and I had this constant pressure at the base of my skull. We found the first human evidence about 3/4 of the way up, a makeshift campsite that had been abandoned in a hurry. Food still in cans, sleeping bag unrolled. A rifle was propped against a tree, fully loaded, but unfired. It wasn't Ridgeway's. The serial number traced back to a hunter reported missing the previous week. The team grew tense. Some wanted to call it a day, make camp, and continue the search at first light. Miller insisted we push on. "We're close," he kept saying. "I can feel it." He was right about that much. Just before dusk, we reached a plateau near the summit. The dead animals were more numerous here. Even a deer lay motionless, eyes open but clouded over. The metallic smell was overwhelming now, making my eyes water. Several team members were complaining of headaches and nausea. I remember taking 2 Tylenol, my hand shaking so badly I dropped one of the pills. That's when Torres spotted the cave. It wasn't large, maybe 15 feet wide at the entrance, narrowing as it went deeper into the mountain. A faint light flickered from inside. Miller organized us into 3 teams, one to secure the perimeter, one to provide cover, and one to enter the cave. I was assigned to the entry team along with Torres, Miller, and FBI agent Davis. We approached slowly, weapons drawn. The silence was absolute. No wind, no birds, not even the sound of our own breathing seemed to carry. Just outside the cave entrance, Miller held up his fist, signaling us to stop. He whispered into his dead radio out of habit, then shook his head and used hand signals instead. 3, 2, 1. We entered the cave in formation, tactical lights sweeping the darkness. The flickering we'd seen was coming from a small fire about 30 feet in, and beside it, sitting cross-legged on the stone floor, was Raymond Ridgeway. He didn't react to our presence, didn't reach for a weapon or try to run. He just sat there, rocking slightly back and forth, staring into the fire. His clothes were filthy and torn, his face gaunt. He looked like he hadn't eaten in days. "Federal agents, hands where we can see them," Miller shouted, his voice echoing strangely in the confined space. Ridgway didn't move, didn't even blink. Torres moved forward cautiously, covering the last few feet between us and the fugitive. "Raymond Ridgway, you're under arrest for the murders of..." When Torres touched Ridgway's shoulder, everything went to hell. Ridgway's body went rigid, then started convulsing violently. Foam appeared at his mouth, and his eyes rolled back in his head. At the same moment, Torres collapsed, his body mirroring Ridgway's seizures exactly. I rushed to Torres, while Miller and Davis secured Ridgway. The moment I touched Torres, a jolt of electricity shot up my arm, knocking me backward. My vision blurred, and for a split second, I swear this is true, I saw something else in the cave with us. Something that didn't belong there, didn't belong anywhere in this world. It lasted only an instant, but I can still picture it perfectly. A shape that seemed to bend the light around it with too many angles that didn't make sense. And eyes, God, so many eyes, all focused on us. Then it was gone, and I was staring at the cave ceiling, my ears ringing. Miller was shouting something, but his voice sounded distant, underwater. Davis was on his radio, forgetting it didn't work, frantically calling for medical assistance. 2 more team members rushed in, responding to the commotion. We managed to restrain Ridgway, who had stopped seizing but remained unconscious. Torres was still convulsing, his breathing shallow and irregular. It took 4 of us to carry him out of the cave. Outside, the sky had darkened completely, but not with night. Clouds had formed, swirling directly above the peak in a circular pattern I've never seen before or since. Lightning flashed within them, but there was no thunder, just that oppressive silence. We needed to get off that mountain fast. Miller made the call to split up. Half the team would rush Torres down to get medical attention, while the rest of us would bring Ridgway. I volunteered to stay with Ridgway. Something inside me needed to know what had happened in that cave, and I thought maybe when he regained consciousness, he might tell me. As we began our descent, the clouds dispersed as suddenly as they had formed. The pressure in my head eased slightly, but the pain remained, a deep, throbbing ache unlike any headache I'd ever experienced. Ridgway didn't wake up during the entire journey down. He breathed steadily, occasionally mumbling words I couldn't make out. Once, his eyes opened halfway, revealing nothing but white. His pupils had rolled back into his head. It took us nearly 6 hours to reach the ranger station, arriving just after midnight. Medical personnel were waiting, along with senior officials from both the FBI and Marshals Service. They separated us immediately, taking our weapons and gear for processing. We were each debriefed individually, and I quickly realized they weren't interested in what actually happened. "Just the facts, Reynolds," the assistant director kept saying whenever I mentioned the dead animals or the strange cloud formation. "Stick to how you apprehended the suspect." They kept us isolated for 3 days, conducting medical evaluations and psychological assessments. The official report, released a week later, stated that Deputy Torres had suffered a sudden neurological event of unknown origin, possibly triggered by extreme fatigue and stress. He remained in a coma for 8 days. When he finally woke up, he had no memory of the raid or anything that happened on the mountain. Ridgway recovered physically, but was deemed mentally unfit to stand trial. He was committed to a high-security psychiatric facility, where he remains to this day, as far as I know. He never spoke another coherent word. The last I heard, he still spends his days rocking back and forth, staring at nothing. As for the dead animals, the report mentioned them briefly, suggesting Ridgway had killed them during his time on the mountain. though it offered no explanation for the lack of visible injuries. 4 members of our team resigned within a year of the incident. 2 others, including Agent Miller, committed suicide. The rest of us were reassigned to different divisions and locations, effectively breaking up the team. I stayed with the Marshal's Service for another 15 years, but I never volunteered for another multi-agency task force. My marriage fell apart 3 years after Osceola Peak. My ex-wife said I'd changed, become distant and paranoid. She wasn't wrong. Sometimes I dream about that cave. In my dreams, I can understand what Ridgway mumbles as we carry him down the mountain. He's saying the same thing over and over. It followed me out. It followed me out. I've spent 37 years telling myself it was just stress, exhaustion, maybe even some kind of natural gas in the cave affecting our minds. But deep down, I know something happened on that mountain that science can't explain. Something found Ridgway in that cave, or maybe he found it. And whatever it was, for a brief moment, it looked at us too. I still get headaches. The doctors call them migraines, but medication never helps. They come without warning, and when they do, I smell that same metallic odor from the mountain. Yesterday, I found a dead bird on my front porch. No visible injuries, just dead. I've packed a bag. I don't know where I'm going, but I can't stay here. I've lived with this for too long, carrying it like a weight. Maybe by sharing it, I've lightened my burden a little. Or maybe I've just passed it on to you. Either way, if you're ever near the Passaten Wilderness, stay far away from Osceola Peak. Some places aren't meant for us. Some things shouldn't be disturbed. And if you ever smell ozone and metal in the air, run. Don't look back. Just run. Story 18. I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about that day in Mount Rainier National Park. It's been years, but the images are burned into my brain. I was 22, working my first season as a park maintenance worker, mostly cleaning restrooms and picking up trash along the trails. Not glamorous, but the scenery was worth it. July 18th, 1995. The date is seared into my memory. It was hot that day, unusually so for the mountain. I remember wiping sweat from my forehead as I pushed my maintenance cart toward the Paradise Valley restrooms around 5 in the afternoon. My shift was almost over, and I was looking forward to grabbing a beer with some coworkers later. The parking lot was pretty empty by that time. Most day visitors were already heading home. There weren't many cars, maybe 4 or 5, but one immediately caught my attention. A tan Jeep, older, model, parked at an odd angle right in front of the restroom building. The driver's door was wide open, and the engine was still running, making this low, constant rumble. Something felt wrong instantly. People don't just leave their cars running with the door open. I remember calling out, "Hello? Everything okay?" But nobody answered. As I got closer, I noticed dark stains on the driver's seat. At first, I thought someone had spilled coffee or soda, but when I got within a few feet, the metallic smell hit me. Blood, a lot of it. The steering wheel was smeared with it. There were these awful rust-colored handprints on the dashboard and the door. The center console had a pool of it, still wet and tacky looking. My stomach lurched, and I had to back away for a second to keep from throwing up. I fumbled for my radio. We all carried them back then, and called my supervisor. My voice was shaking so badly, I had to repeat myself twice. "There's an abandoned Jeep at Paradise Restrooms, engine running. There's blood everywhere. I mean everywhere." While waiting for help to arrive, I noticed something else that still haunts me. There was a trail of blood droplets leading from the Jeep toward the trailhead. Not huge amounts, but distinct drops every few feet, leading toward the skyline trail. Without thinking, I followed them for about 20 yards before stopping myself. What was I doing? I wasn't law enforcement or search and rescue. That's when an older couple approached me, looking concerned. The man was probably in his 60s, wearing one of those photographer vests with all the pockets. "We saw her," he said, looking pale. "A woman. She was walking strangely toward the trail. We thought she was drunk." His wife nodded, clutching her purse tightly. She had on a white t-shirt, but it was covered in blood, down the front. So much blood. We were going to ask if she needed help, but she looked not right. Her eyes were... She couldn't finish. "When was this?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just a few minutes ago," the man replied. 5, maybe 10 minutes tops. She was stumbling but moving pretty fast toward the trail. My supervisor arrived with 2 rangers in tow. I've never been so relieved to see anyone in my life. I quickly told them what I'd found and what the couple had told me. One of the rangers immediately got on his radio to call for backup, while the other started questioning the couple more thoroughly. The next few hours were chaos. More rangers arrived. They cordoned off the area with yellow tape. Someone turned off the Jeep's engine and started processing the vehicle like a crime scene. I gave my statement 3 different times to 3 different people. I kept repeating the same details until they didn't even sound real anymore. As daylight started fading, search teams assembled. They brought in dogs, big German shepherds with serious-looking handlers. I watched from a distance as they gave the dogs something to sniff, probably something from the Jeep, and then they were off, pulling their handlers toward the same trail where the blood droplets led. I should have gone home. My shift was long over, but I couldn't make myself leave. I sat on a bench near the ranger station, watching the commotion. One of the rangers, a woman named Linda, who'd been nice to me all summer, brought me a cup of coffee. "We identified the vehicle," she said quietly, sitting next to me. "It belongs to a woman named Ramona Fay, 39 years old, from Spanaway." Do they think she's hurt badly?" I asked, although the amount of blood I'd seen made the answer obvious. Linda sighed. "We got a report from the entrance station that a tan Jeep matching this description went into a ditch earlier today. The driver was a woman who already appeared to be bleeding from her neck. Some visitors helped her get the Jeep out, and she continued driving. They said she seemed disoriented, but refused medical help." I felt sick again. Her neck? Jesus. "There's more," Linda continued, lowering her voice. "Tacoma PD called in. Apparently the woman's sister reported her missing this morning. She's schizophrenic and had stopped taking her medication. The sister said she found blood in her bathroom and believes Ramona may have harmed herself before taking off in the Jeep." As night fell, the search intensified. They brought in spotlights and more personnel. I finally went home around midnight, exhausted and shaken. But I came back the next morning, even though it was my day off. I just had to know what happened. The search continued for days. I'd check in every morning and evening. They brought in helicopters, more dog teams, expert trackers. The news crews arrived too, setting up their vans in the parking lot. I avoided them. I didn't want to be on TV, didn't want to tell my story to strangers who'd sensationalize it. What bothered me most, what still bothers me, is that they never found her. Not a body, not clothing, nothing. How is that possible? The blood trail ended about a quarter-mile up the Skyline Trail. After that, nothing. It was like she vanished into thin air. I've hiked that trail dozens of times since then. It's beautiful but not particularly dangerous in July. There are steep sections and some drop-offs, but nothing that would completely hide a body, and the dogs should have been able to track her scent. The rangers told me later that the dogs showed interest in several areas, but the scent would suddenly stop, as if she'd been picked up and carried away. The theories started circulating among park staff. Some thought she must have gotten a ride with someone, perhaps another visitor who didn't come forward. Others suggested she might have deliberately covered her tracks somehow, despite her injury. The darkest theory was that she'd been taken by someone who had been waiting for an opportunity, someone who saw a vulnerable woman and took advantage. I preferred the theory that she'd simply found some hidden spot to die peacefully, somewhere so well concealed that even trained searchers couldn't find it. That seemed kinder somehow. But even that doesn't explain how thoroughly she disappeared. The investigation revealed more details over time. Ramona had cut her own throat that morning at her sister's house. Somehow, despite what should have been a fatal wound, she'd managed to drive over 50 miles to the park. The medical examiner who looked at the blood evidence said she would have been in hypovolemic shock by the time she reached the restroom. How she was still conscious, let alone walking, defied explanation. A week into the search, I was helping clean up the ranger station when I overheard two law enforcement rangers talking. One mentioned that they'd found something unusual in Ramona's Jeep, a notebook filled with writings about Mount Rainier being a doorway to another dimension. Apparently, in her delusional state, she believed the mountain could transport her to another world where she'd be free from her illness. That detail gave me chills, not because I believed it, but because it made me realize how desperate she must have been, how much she was suffering. To drive all that way, bleeding and in pain, seeking some kind of impossible escape. I left the park at the end of that season, couldn't stomach coming back. I've worked at other national parks since then, but I've never encountered anything like the case of Ramona Fay. 28 years later, and they still haven't found her. Not a bone, not a scrap of clothing. The case is officially listed as presumed deceased, but without a body, her sister never got closure. Sometimes I wonder if that's worse than knowing for sure. I've tried to make sense of it all these years. The rational explanation is that animals scattered her remains, or that she found some remote crevice where searchers couldn't reach. The mountain is vast, with countless places to disappear. But on bad nights, when I can't sleep and the memory of that blood-soaked Jeep comes back to me, I think about Ramona's notebook and her belief about the mountain being a doorway. And for just a moment, I wonder if in her final desperate moments, she found whatever escape she was looking for. I still see that Jeep in my dreams, the door hanging open, the engine running, the blood trail leading to nowhere. And sometimes, just before I wake up, I see a woman in a blood-soaked white t-shirt walking deeper into the woods, looking back at me with eyes that seem to know something I don't. Story 19. I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about that day in Poseidon Wilderness. It's been 8 months, and the nightmares haven't stopped. My therapist suggested writing this down might help process everything, so here goes. It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway. Just 5 friends, me, Rachel, Rob, Jenna, Jay, and Dave, looking to escape our monotonous office jobs and reconnect with nature. Dave had stumbled across this supposedly pristine spot in Poseidon Wilderness online, about 4 hours from the city, remote enough to feel disconnected, but not so far that we'd be completely isolated if something went wrong. At least that's what we thought. We left early Saturday morning in Rob's SUV. all packed in with our gear, snacks, and way too many beers. The drive was actually fun, singing along to 90s hits, stopping at that greasy roadside diner with the incredible pie. It feels important to remember those moments now, the last bits of normalcy before everything went to hell. We reached the trailhead around noon. The parking area was empty except for one beat-up pickup that looked like it had been there for days. I remember feeling a weird vibe about that truck, no idea why, but I brushed it off. We shouldered our packs and followed the trail map Dave had printed out. He'd found this secret spot on some obscure camping forum, promised it would be worth the 2-hour hike. The woods were beautiful, I'll give them that. Massive trees that blocked out most of the sunlight, that earthy smell of soil and pine, birds chirping overhead. Jay kept pointing out different plants, showing off his Eagle Scout knowledge. Jenna was taking photos of everything. It felt peaceful. We finally reached the clearing around 2 in the afternoon. It was perfect. Flat ground for the tents, a natural fire pit someone had made with stones, and even a little stream about 50 yards away. Dave was so damn proud of himself for finding it. "Told you guys this place was worth it," he kept saying as we set up camp. We had the tents up by 3, cracked open some beers, and just relaxed. Rob got a small fire going, even though it was still light out. Jay and Jenna were cuddled up on a log, being disgustingly cute as usual. Dave was telling some story about his boss that had us all laughing. I remember feeling genuinely happy in that moment, grateful for my friends, for the break from city life, for everything. Around 4:30, Dave stood up and announced he needed to take a leak. "TMI, dude," I said, throwing a pine cone at him. He laughed, grabbed another beer from the cooler, and headed toward a cluster of trees about 20 yards from our campsite. "Don't get eaten by a bear," Rob called after him. If only a bear had been our biggest concern. We were still laughing about something when we heard it, this horrible, primal scream that didn't even sound human at first. It echoed through the trees, sending birds flying from branches. We all froze for a second, looking at each other with that, "What the fuck was that?" expression. Then came the words, "Help me. Oh God, help." It was Dave. We all bolted in the direction he'd gone. I was in the lead, with Rob right behind me. When we broke through the trees, I nearly vomited at what I saw. Dave was on the ground, his face ghostly white, tears streaming down his cheeks. His right leg was caught in this ancient rusted metal contraption, a bear trap. The jagged teeth had clamped around his ankle, tearing through his hiking boot and into his flesh. Blood was everywhere, soaking into the dirt beneath him. "Get it off! Get it off me!" Dave was screaming, trying to pry the metal jaws open with his hands, but only cutting his fingers in the process. Jay pushed past me, dropping to his knees beside Dave. "Don't touch it! You'll make it worse!" He examined the trap, hands hovering over the mechanism. "It's an old spring trap. There should be a release." Jenna was sobbing behind me. Rob had his hands on his head, pacing in small circles. I just stood there, useless, watching as Jay carefully located the release mechanism on the side of the trap. "This is going to hurt, Dave," Jay warned, "but I need to press this down to open the jaws." Rob, Rachel, grab his shoulders. "Hold him steady." We positioned ourselves behind Dave, gripping his trembling body. When Jay pressed down on the release, Dave let out another gut-wrenching scream as the pressure shifted. The jaws opened slightly, and Jay quickly pulled them apart wider with his hands. Rob immediately dragged Dave backward, away from the trap. The damage was horrific. The trap had torn through Dave's boot and ankle, exposing bone in places. Blood pulsed from the wound with each heartbeat. Jenna ran back to camp and returned with our first aid kit. but it was laughably inadequate for an injury this severe. "We need to get him to a hospital now," Rob said, already pulling off his t-shirt to make a tourniquet. Jay nodded, tying the shirt tightly above Dave's ankle. "The nearest hospital has to be at least 3 hours away. We need to move fast." We fashioned a crude stretcher using 2 sturdy branches and Rob's sleeping bag. Dave was going into shock, his responses becoming sluggish, his skin clammy and cold despite the warm afternoon. The bleeding had slowed but not stopped completely. "Who the hell puts bear traps out here?" Jenna kept asking as we gathered our essential gear. "Isn't this a protected wilderness area?" "Old trap," Jay muttered, examining Dave's wound one more time before we lifted him. "Probably been here for decades. Illegal as hell now." We abandoned most of our camping gear. The only priority was getting Dave back to the car as quickly as possible. Rob took the front end of the makeshift stretcher, Jay the back. Jenna carried both their backpacks, and I led the way with the map and a walking stick, trying to find the smoothest path possible. It was slow going. Every bump or jostle made Dave groan in pain. We'd been walking for maybe 45 minutes, making it about halfway back to the trailhead when the first shot rang out. At first, I thought it was a car backfiring somewhere in the distance, but then dirt kicked up about 10 feet to my right, and the crack of the rifle reached us a split second later. "Get down!" Rob shouted, dropping to one knee while still holding the stretcher. Another shot, closer this time. The bullet splintered a tree just above Jay's head. "Someone's shooting at us!" Jenna screamed, dropping the backpacks and diving behind a fallen log. We carefully lowered Dave to the ground. He was barely conscious at this point, muttering incoherently. Rob reached into his pack and pulled out his pistol, a Glock he always carried when we went hiking. I'd always thought he was being paranoid, not anymore. "Stay with Dave," Rob said to me, his voice deadly calm. "Jay, Jenna, spread out. Whoever this is, they're coming from the east. We need to move west, toward the car." Another shot cracked through the forest. This one hit the ground between Rob's feet. He fired back, 3 rapid shots in the direction the bullets were coming from. "Go!" Rob shouted. "Move now. Rachel, Jay, get Dave. Jenna, grab the packs." We lifted Dave again, adrenaline making us stronger, faster. Rob kept behind us, walking, backward, gun raised. Every few seconds he'd fire a shot, keeping our attacker at bay. The next 20 minutes were pure hell, moving as fast as we could through dense underbrush, stumbling over roots and rocks, all while carrying a severely injured man and being shot at by some unseen maniac. Dave had passed out completely now, which was probably a blessing. We heard the shooter moving through the forest behind us, branches breaking, heavy footsteps. Occasionally they'd fire another shot, but their aim seemed to be getting worse as we put distance between us. "Why are they doing this?" Jenna sobbed as we crashed through a thicket of berry bushes. "What do they want?" None of us had an answer. This wasn't making any sense. The bear trap could have been old, forgotten. But someone was actively trying to kill us now. After what felt like an eternity, we spotted the trailhead parking lot through the trees. Rob's SUV sat there alone. The beat-up pickup was gone. We made one final push, practically running the last 100 yards. "Get him in the back," Rob ordered, unlocking the car with his remote. "Jay, you drive. I'll keep watch." Jay and I carefully loaded Dave into the back of the SUV. Jenna climbed in beside him, pressing a fresh t-shirt against his wound. I took the passenger seat while Rob stood outside, scanning the tree line, gun still drawn. One final shot rang out, shattering the SUV's rear window. Jenna screamed. Rob fired back several times, then jumped into the car. "Drive!" he shouted, and Jay floored it, tires spinning in the gravel before catching. We sped down the mountain road, taking curves way too fast, everyone except Jay constantly looking behind us for signs of pursuit. There was none that we could see. The nearest hospital was in Lakeville, 3 hours away under normal conditions. Jay made it in too, blowing through stop signs and red lights. Dave drifted in and out of consciousness the entire time. Jenna kept talking to him, trying to keep him awake, while continuously applying pressure to his wound. The emergency room staff rushed him into surgery immediately. The rest of us sat in the waiting room, covered in dirt, sweat, and Dave's blood, trying to explain to the police what had happened. They were skeptical at first. A bear trap and a mysterious shooter seemed far-fetched, but Rob still had his gun with the spent shells, and Dave's injury was obviously from a trap. They sent a team out to the area the next day. They found our abandoned campsite and the bear trap, but no sign of the shooter. The trap was indeed decades old, rusted from years of exposure. They checked hunting licenses, property records, interviewed locals, but nothing came of it. Dave survived. 3 surgeries and months of physical therapy later, he can walk with a slight limp. The doctors say he was lucky. The trap missed major arteries by millimeters. None of us went back for our gear. The police offered to escort us, but we all refused. Some things aren't worth going back for. 8 months later, and I still don't know why someone tried to kill us that day. Was it a territorial local who didn't want outsiders in their woods? A deranged hunter using humans for sport? Or something else entirely? I've spent countless nights researching Poseidon Wilderness online, looking for similar incidents, any clue that might explain what happened. I found nothing concrete, just vague mentions in old forums about areas of the wilderness that locals avoid, whispered warnings about staying on marked trails. Rob sold his SUV, said he couldn't stand looking at it after what happened. Jay and Jenna broke up 2 months later. The stress of that day revealed cracks in their relationship that couldn't be repaired. Dave's different now, quieter, jumps at loud noises, sleeps with the lights on. As for me, I haven't set foot in the woods since that day. Can't even bring myself to go to the park down the street. Every time I see trees clustered together, I feel like someone's watching me from between them, taking aim. Whoever was out there that day is still out there, and that thought keeps me awake at night more than anything else.